not only to respond, but to resolve the matter as soon as possible.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The IFP.
Honourable Speaker, the IFP move without notice that this House notes.
Order, Honourable Khadebe. This is the member statements that we are dealing with now, not the motions.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Speaker.
If you can just bring the mic closer to you.
Okay. Honourable Speaker, the IFP
Uma ungasondeza nje lo mbhobho wokukhuluma eduzane kwakho. Hayi sesiyakuzwa ke manje.
Honourable Speaker, the IFP is using this opportunity to sound the alarm of the imminent water crisis facing our country. We've repeatedly called for immediate attention to the deterioration bulk water infrastructure and highlighted the alarming lack of maintenance. This crisis demands a collective effort. The rapid depletion of our water resources is primarily driven by human activity, with poor groundwater management being a major contributor. In addition to this, the non-payment of contractors, laboratories, and service providers that had led to equipment failures, malfunctioning pumping stations, and disrupted water services. Furthermore, vandalism and theft of electrical cables and equipment continues to degrade our already fragile infrastructure. It is deeply concerning that 45% of South African municipalities are unable to provide even basic data on their water supply, including monthly consumption figures. I thank you.
Siyabonga, ndaba ezitha ANC.
Honourable Speaker, the African National Congress welcomed the breakthrough in the Lusikisiki and Kumbu mass murder cases in the Eastern Cape. So far, 6 suspects have been arrested with regards to the Lusikisiki case that claimed the lives of 18 people, 15 women, 3 men. High-caliber firearms believed to have been used in this crime to be recovered. Meanwhile, just as the country mourned the Lusikisiki tragedy, the news broke out of yet another mass shooting where 6 people were killed and 4 critical injured in Kumbu. The victims were members of the community policing forum, preparing to the patrol when they were ambushed. The third incident happened near Umtata where 2 men entered and shot at 5 family members while sleeping in 2 separate houses within the same yard. The 2 surviving children managed to escape and alert neighbors who informed the police. An 83-year-old man was arrested in the case of the Kumbu. We condemn the senseless act of violence with the contempt it deserves. We commend the collaboration of the community and the investigating team that led to the breakthrough in the Lusikisiki and Kumbu cases. The ANC convenes
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your time is up. NCC. NCC.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you.
Speaker, the NCC notes with concern that in the South African police services within crime intelligence, the head of analysis and coordination has no security clearance. This head, a certain general, has failed a polygraph report, a polygraph exam, and it has emerged later that she's actually admitted to tax fraud. Now, as we stand and live in communities that live amongst war because of the failings of the South African police services, we urge the Minister to clean this department. We ask the Minister to consider the fact that while we pretend to be tough on crime, the South African Police Services actively employs and promotes people with criminal tendencies. Thank you.
Thank you. The DA.
Honourable Speaker, I rise today to commend the exceptional efforts of the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Dean McPherson, and the Acting Head of Infrastructure of South Africa, Mamitsa Mosemola, for the launch of a first-of-its-kind initiative aimed at accelerating infrastructure investment and stimulating job creation. This bold step, which introduced a new project preparation bid window, opens the door for national and provincial government departments, municipalities, state-owned entities, and private sector projects to receive crucial support for project preparation. By addressing one of the most significant barriers to infrastructure investment, insufficient project readiness, this initiative sets the stage for South Africa to become a construction hub, turning stalled plans in shovel-ready projects. International research has consistently shown that a 1% increase in infrastructure investment can contribute between 0.4% and 3% to economic growth. Minister McPherson's commitment to achieve the goal is evident in his vision to transform the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure into the engine of economic growth that our nation so desperately needs. Honourable Speaker, with the bid window open until December 2024.
Thank you. Your time is up, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. ATM. ATM. It looks like the bank has no money. ANC.
Thank you, Madam
You do need to
Speaker.
laugh sometimes. ANC.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our fight against corruption remains unwavering, and we therefore welcome the positive news from the Special Investigating Unit relating to the recovery of approximately 8 billion during the last financial year through effective investigations, speedy litigation, and recovery processes. The amount is inclusive of a record recovery of funds in actual cash amount to 2.2 billion, the highest recovery in the corruption besting unit 27 years history. These results stem from effective investigations into corruption and maladministration, speedy litigation, and recovery of funds. In addition of these recoveries, the SIU prevented a further 2.3 billion in potential state losses and secured cash to be recovered from the acknowledgement of debt and admission of liability agreements to the value of 1.6 billion. The bulk of the recoveries comes from investigations into Transnet, Eskom, and the National Student Financial Aid Scheme. Recoveries from Transnet investigations amounted to 710 million. Eskom was 500
I'm sorry, Honourable
million.
Member, your time is up.
The ANC welcomes
MKP.
the recovery of these monies.
MK Party.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I greet you all with the universal greeting of peace. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of Umkhonto we Sizwe and the people of South Africa, I rise to express concern over the growing scourge of drug abuse in South Africa and its devastating impact on our society. Recent data reveals that drug-related crimes and substance abuse have reached alarming levels, with an estimated 15% of South Africans battling some form of addiction. This crisis is tearing families apart, fueling crime, and placing an immense strain on our healthcare system. While rehabilitation is a critical component in addressing this issue, Access to drug rehabilitation center remains inadequate and severely underfunded. It is imperative that the government prioritizes research into effective drug rehabilitation strategies and ensures that these centers are properly budgeted for and accessible to those in need. I thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Member, EFF.
Honourable Speaker, the safety and security of our communities depend on the integrity and professionalism of our police service. During an oversight visit by the EFF over the recess period, we uncovered several concerning issues, particularly in East London. One alarming finding was the improper handling of evidence, where investigators were using their own personal USB drives to store evidence. As the EFF, we believe or have an impression that any material used in investigations must be listed in asset registers to ensure accountability. We are also deeply concerned about crime hotspots such as Duncan Village, which lack nearby police stations. This must be urgently addressed. Additionally, we urge the Minister to ensure that the vehicles used by subs are roadworthy and suitable for the conditions in areas like Emabola in Konto, where officers are forced to take longer alternative routes in bad weather conditions. The adjustment of risk allowances for subs officials is critical to ensure their safety is prioritized. Lastly, we call on the department to improve staff morale, as the current working conditions compromise the effectiveness of our police force. The rise in crime rates reflect some of the misconduct by officers, and we urge the Minister to restore dignity and professionalism in these police stations. Thank you.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you, Speaker. Recently, 6 children who ate snacks bought at a spaza shop in Naledi, Soweto, have died. But although the incident was ascribed to food poisoning, it was probably not the case according to an expert. It is more likely they died from eating food contaminated with a pesticide, such as alder-carb, based on their symptoms. In recent months, 10 other children have also died from food poisoning in the Gauteng province, out of over 200 cases. The increase in food poisoning cases, especially in townships, informal settlements, and hostel communities, seem to be linked to the identification of an element of pesticide in most of the cases. Spaza shops do not adhere to safety standards and handle the pesticides and the snacks without the necessary precautions to prevent contaminations. Multiple stakeholders and the Gauteng Department of Education are working to strengthen awareness in the affected communities and conduct health education sessions in school targeting learners and school vendors. We urge members whose constituencies are in these areas to also ensure that they raise awareness around this particular issue. Thank you.
Thank you. The DA.
Thank you, Speaker. South Africa's unique location along one of the world's busiest sea routes provides a broad maritime market for investment opportunities. A sizable amount of South Africa's GDP, 1.24 trillion rand or 27% of GDP, is dependent on effective logistics for its sustainability. However, our ports are currently function at 65% of total capacity. Cargo ships can remain berthed at Durban Harbour for up to 189 hours. A backlog of 300 trucks can wait up to 20 hours before leaving with a load. Containers passing through Durban port went up by nearly 40% between 2008 and 2021. However, due to a history of state capture and maintenance negligence, which is costing more than 50 billion rand, Transnet now controls less than 50% of the container market. Due to the Red Sea crisis, shipping has taken a 3,700-mile alternate Cape of Good Hope diversion to avoid attacks, adding 7 to 28 days of additional sea passage. There is a tremendous economic gain in strategically shifting attention towards upgrading infrastructure,
boosting jobs with a customer-centric focus. By insourcing vital services, incorporating sustainability
Honourable
into
Member, your
all
time is
aspects
up.
of operations,
The
Transnet's
ANC.
challenging reality
Order,
can be changed
Honourable Member,
around.
your time is up. Thank you, ANC. Out. AUT. AUT. Well, thank you very much. There are no more member statements. I'll now give 7 opportunities for ministerial responses. Thank you very much. I've noted Minister Kotogwane, Minister Mantashe, Minister Barbara Creasy, Minister Macpherson, Deputy Minister Mashobo, Minister Chikunga, and Minister of Police. Thank you very much. Well, Minister of Health, unfortunately, 7 opportunities.
Madam Speaker.
I did not see you. I saw the gentleman next to you. So sorry, Minister of Finance. I know you are very down. Minister of Finance, 3 minutes.
Madam Speaker.
Bring your mic closer.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order.
Yes, Honorable Chief Whip of the DA.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, the Minister of Education also had her hand up. It might be because we're sitting so far down.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, the 7 spaces were already taken. And I'm sure she can weave it on her statement because she'll be giving a ministerial statement, so she can utilize that space too. Honorable Kodongwane.
Honourable Speaker, let me deal.
Can you please bring the mic closer to you?
Honourable Speaker, let me deal with the pensions. Should I carry it like this? Oh, that makes sense. Okay. Honourable Speaker, let me deal with the pensions for the TBV states. Let me start with the V vendor because it's quite easy. We've been to court with them. There are 3 kinds of pensioners in the in the vendor case. Those that remain with Sanlam and their pension is safe. Those that transferred to the GEPF and their pension is safe. Those that decided to take their money at the time who now claim that they were ill-advised. So that's its first case. With respect to the TBC, without V, there's been a lot of political mobilization around these pensions. And a question was raised by Honourable Rolomisa in Parliament and through the President. As a result of that, we set up a committee together with the relevant institution, Sanlam, Alexander Forbes, and our pension fund, to collect the data and compare the data. We now have that data where I think it would be important for honourable members to advise their members to approach the relevant. We have got an office in each and every province. We are more than happy through your office Honorable Speaker, to provide names in each and every province for people to check the validity of their pension funds. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Mantashe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, honorable members. I want to raise one issue. Premier Panyaza is not in this house. Now, to relegate an issue that is important raised by the DA into a Panyaza issue actually make the meaning of the issue raised to disappear. And it actually confirms a narrative in the air that says the DA is targeting Panyaza for his hard lines. We must correct that. Panyaza cannot be an item for discussion in this parliament when he is not a member of this parliament. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Barbara. Chrissy.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Allow me to thank the Honourable Member for raising the important question of the performance of our ports. And indeed, I do share his concern that our current underperformance means that we are not able to take advantage of the opportunities provided by the closure of the Suez Canal, and also we are at risk, if we don't improve our port performance, of losing market share to other ports on the subcontinent. In this regard, 1 month ago, we set up a war room at Transnet head office, which is chaired by the Chief Operations Officer and involves all parties in processes related to the value chain leading to the export of South African goods and services as well as imports. Our target for improvement is to ensure that we are reaching the international benchmark of between 25 and 30 crane moves per hour. At the moment, we are managing between 15 and 20 on a good day. One of the key issues we will have to resolve before we can improve performance further is the arrival of new cranes as well as OEM parts that we need for existing cranes and straddles, which service our cranes and help with the stacking of containers. In this regard, we are expecting to take delivery of the first of the new cranes at the end of this calendar year, as well as the delivery of the parts that we need to fix the straddles. In the meantime, in order to improve performance at the ports, we are making use of haulers and forklifts, and we've done considerable work together with the trucking industry to ensure we have better booking and allocation for trucks in order that we can cut down on waiting times. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Mashlobo.
Honourable Speaker, thank you very much to the DP and members. Very quickly, Chair, we want to assure the citizens of Gauteng that we are not approaching day zero. Our assurance is that the integrated Vaal River system currently as it stands, including the shutdown of the Lesotho Highlands Tunnel Authority, will not affect them. We have the balancing dam in Woodstock and Sterkfontein. Gauteng will have water. There are issues of the vulnerability of the system in terms of leaks, the storage capabilities, and other issues. Want to confirm that the Deputy President, as a head of the Intermediate Task Team on Water, we visited Gauteng. The Premier of Gauteng, Comrade Panyaza Lesufi, has established an intergovernmental relations forum where he meets with the ministry, the Department of Water and Sanitation, and all the municipalities. We have addressed all the councillors of Gauteng, and decisions have been made One, because of the vulnerability of the system, will apply level 1 restriction, no issues of gardening and hose pipes and other issues. Will fix the leaks as urgently as possible. Will also increase the capability of the storage system and address the issues of intermittent supply of water. And we appeal to the citizens of Gauteng to work with government at all levels to manage during this particular issue, rather than the gimmicks that the member was trying to do. On the last point raised by Undabezita, the issues around deterioration of the systems, we have been able to produce the blue drop, the green drop, and no drop report, and responsive plans are there. Minister Hlabisa is heading an interministerial committee working with all of us to fix the challenges of local government. And water is an important matter where we support and intervene where necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Police.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. 2 responses.
If you can bring the mic closer to you.
Kanje.
Away.
Okay. Thank you. We note the concern raised on drugs. It's a matter that is receiving our attention. We also note what has been said about Lusikisiki. Just to take members to confidence, we are away from completing our work in Lusikisiki and OR generally. It does seem to us that there are teams of organized criminals that have been there for some time, well established, well armed, and they have resources to do what they are doing. We are responding accordingly increasingly. The second response has to do with the call for professionalism, morale boosting on police and other wrongdoings, eliminating that. We have a workshop, 3-day workshop that we have planned for January next year to deal with all these matters inside South African Police Service. And in March, we'll convene a summit to deal with improving effectiveness and efficiency on the side of South African Police Services. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chikunga.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, honorable members. From the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, we welcome the statement on the arrest of 6 men who are responsible for the brutal killing of 15 women and 3 men at Lusikisiki. We congratulate the Minister of Police and the South African Police Service members for the work well done in this case. We urge both the South African Police Service and National Prosecuting Authority to vehemently oppose bail for these alleged cold-blooded murderers who allegedly killed defenseless women. We thank the Department of Social Development in the Eastern Cape for the continued counseling services for these affected and bereaved families, the service they so require. We hope that the progress in this case will help the families to heal from this tragedy. We thank you very much, Chairperson. Tragedy, I mean.
Thank you very much. I have been informed that Honorable McPherson is not in the House. Therefore, Minister of Health, Honorable Mtswaledi, if you can now respond. You were not just down, you even moved from your place. Okay.
Thank you very much, Chair. The question is about the medical legal claims and the problems which is causing in the health sector. It is true, but I don't think we should approach the issue of health provisioning via medical legal claims. But having said so, let us agree that there are legitimate claims. There are also fraudulent claims. There are also claims that are driven by greed. And we noticed this as far back as 2015. For that reason, we called a medico-legal summit that consisted of health workers in the public sector, in the private sector, but also the legal profession itself, because there must not be a belief that medico-legal claims are only in the public sector. The private sector is also heavily litigated, especially gynecologists and obstetricians and gynecologists. Then neurosurgeons, spinal surgeons, and orthopod. Actually, it's becoming a crisis because to be a private gynecologist in South Africa, you must pay medical indemnity insurance to the tune of 1.3 million rand before you even start practicing, and you pay that every year. So that's a very difficult thing. So for that reason, we arrived at the conclusion that there must be 3 solutions: patient safety, administration, and legal. The second solution was to report the matter to the SIU, and we reported the initial results of what SIU found on the 24th of August. And SIU have already saved 3 billion rand because they identified fraudulent claims which we were able to stop. Lastly, 3 committees called us to discuss this matter. That is health, SCOPA, and appropriation. And the conclusion we reached is that we need to find a better method of compensation rather than medico-legal claims which are destroying the health sector. And we are, at the moment, trying to draft a new bill which will bring to this parliament about a new method of compensation so that we avoid the shootout in court and patients suffering whereby their monies are stolen, as identified by the SIU. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That concludes ministerial responses. Deputy President, as a leader of government business, I want to thank you and also the ministers and deputy ministers for having come to the House and responded to the statements. I've seen a number of ministers and deputy ministers really did want to respond, but unfortunately we only have 7 opportunities for such responses. So thank you very much, ministers and DMs, for your active engagement with parliamentarians. Now we are moving to our second agenda item, to have a ministerial statement by the Minister of Basic Education on the readiness of the Department of Basic Education for the 2024 National Senior Certificate Examination. As I indicated, so that you do not say she's out of order when she creatively uses that space to respond to a statement she wanted to, I gave her that opportunity. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, honorable members of the National Assembly. The National Senior Certificate is far more than just an exam. It represents the hopes and aspirations of nearly 1 million learners across South Africa. It's a gateway to further education, skills development, and an opportunity for learners to gain access to the economy so that they may live lives of dignity. Yesterday, over 800,000 learners, the class of 2024, sat for their very first exam across all provinces. This is a momentous occasion in that it stress tests the system tremendously. This is because all grade 12 learners are writing at the same time across the country. And we are proud to announce to the members that this logistical feat went ahead with minimal disruptions. However, this morning I have been informed that in Gqeberha, learners who are due to write computer science today have experienced challenges. This is due to a storm that ravaged the area, resulting in damage to power lines and collapsing bridges. This ultimately affected approximately 400 learners. The SANDF and disaster management stakeholders are on standby to assist whenever necessary. and the province is exploring how these learners can be catered for in a way that does not disadvantage them. Members should note that with every paper that is set, several alternative papers are set and approved by Umalusi for exactly these types of circumstances. So these learners will not in any way be disadvantaged regardless of what the solution the province finds. Members should note that besides this incident, it is all systems go for the rest of the exams. These exams are a collective responsibility. We owe it to our learners, their families, and the future of our country to ensure the smooth and credible execution of the NSC exams. Besides the national and local government elections, I cannot think of a national logistical undertaking of the magnitude of the NSC exams. Over 700,000 full-time candidates and over 150,000 part-time candidates will sit for these examinations over the coming weeks. This is the highest number of matriculants we've ever had for the final exams. It is a significant milestone for our education system, and we are determined that it is met with the highest standards of preparation, of fairness, and of integrity. Members, the class of 2024 has faced unprecedented disruptions caused by COVID-19 pandemic during their critical years in their schooling journey, including when they were making the crucial subject choices in grade 8 and in grade 9. This class was in grade 8 in 2020 when we were hit by the largest public health crisis in over 100 years. These disruptions, despite these challenges, the Department of Basic Education took decisive mitigations to recover teaching and learning time and to plug knowledge gaps where they were. These measures were part of our learning recovery program, which was designed to specifically address the setbacks caused by the pandemic. We have provided learners with diagnostics report, past question papers, and study material to support their exam preparation. Across all provinces, extra tuition classes have been held on weekends in the afternoon, offering learners an opportunity to close any gaps and build their confidence. Some of the key initiatives supporting the class of 2024 have included personalized learning intervention, additional teaching support, and socio-emotional care. Equally, provinces have rolled out extra face-to-face tuition sessions, Saturday catch-up programs, and extended school hours in key subjects, especially for learners who struggle to cope with the curriculum content due to earlier disruptions. These targeted intervention members focused on subjects of higher enrollment, such as mathematics, life sciences, and business studies. Teachers and school management teams have been exemplary in their dedication. They have gone far beyond the call of duty, offering additional support to learners, all the while managing the lingering challenges of the pandemic, economic pressures, and other social factors. Sithi kubo siyababulela ngomsebenzi wabo, anenzeli nina, nenzela uMzantsi Afrika nekamva labantwana belu. Honourable members, in terms of our provincial readiness, I have personally embarked on a listening and learning tour along with the Deputy Minister, Dr. Mhauli, to visit provincial education departments, to engage with the MSc and the senior management team, including directors, school principals, and to inspect schools across the country. The DG has visited 75 districts in South Africa this year that have participated in autumn, winter, and spring matric camps to support districts and their schools in this critical moment. These visits have been to ensure that all provinces are aligned with the department's standards of the NSC exams. Through the ongoing collaboration and regular briefings with the heads of provincial education departments, we have addressed many challenges that have arisen. Our partnership with the provinces have been instrumental in making sure that our exam centers are secure, the logistical preparations are complete, and the necessary resources have been distributed on time. And for that, I would like to thank all provincial education departments. As we approached the start of the exams, we launched what we called the last push, a final targeted effort to help address any remaining gaps in learning for learners. This initiative focuses on areas identified during the trial exams, offering a group sessions, weekend classes, extra online classes, and additional practice of past exam papers. We are committed to ensuring members that no learner is left behind, particularly those who live in poor and rural communities. I call upon all South Africans, parents, communities, and stakeholders to support our learners during this time. They need to have a conducive environment free from distractions where they can perform to the best of their abilities. Madam Speaker, our national examination system is mature and robust. In May and June 2024 exams served as a critical test for our readiness, and I am pleased to report that our systems audit confirms that we are prepared for this exam cycle as well. Over 55,000 markers have been recruited, trained, and will be stationed in 188 marking centers across the provinces. The integrity of the exam process remains our top priority. We will therefore be monitoring over 6,000 public schools, almost 600 independent centers where examinations will be conducted. To ensure the integrity of the exams, we've deployed 70 part-time monitors to oversee high-risk examination centers. We have also implemented strict security protocols to safeguard against potential misconduct or malpractice by learners or our teachers. Examination officials have also been trained to identify and respond to any irregularities, and we have closely been collaborating with law enforcement agencies to secure our exam centers, especially in our high-risk areas. Honourable members, I do want to plead for your assistance in this regard. As we have prepared for these exams, we have seen deep fake videos purporting to be leaks of our 2024 question papers and memos. The documents featured in these videos are in fact old documents that were digitally altered to look like official 2024 papers. This has caused unnecessary confusion and panic and should not be allowed to impact the integrity of the NSC exams. I would like to state here categorically and clear, honourable members, that our question papers and memos have not been leaked. The public needs to exercise caution and be vigilant when accessing information shared by unofficial accounts on social media. I'm also asking members to be supportive of this effort, to also not be the ones who are perpetuating fake news and sharing unverified accounts. It is damaging, it causes panic, and it certainly should not be coming from people who are our leaders. The public needs to exercise, and I urge all South Africans, including the media, to rely only on verified communications from the DBE, Umalusi, provincial education departments, and ensure that only credible and reliable information is relied on. The department is also fully aware of potential risks, members, that can compromise the integrity of the examination process. In fact, earlier the speaker allowed me to speak around the food poisoning issue, which has affected 3 of our provinces, in Gauteng, in Limpopo, and in Mpumalanga. I have been in constant engagement with the Minister of Health, and we're in collaboration, and he has set a multidisciplinary team that is looking into the matter. But I do want to assure members in this House that we've also done our due diligence, and that these incidents do not emanate from the school nutrition program. These incidents have emanated from snacks or food that was bought elsewhere and not coming from our schools. However, we remain committed to working with Minister Motsoaledi to make sure that our learners are protected in this regard. We continue to monitor and detect for any potential risk that may require early interventions. In addition to security measures that I've listed above, we are also collaborating with the national and provincial joint operations committees to ensure that security is always maintained. These partnerships will help us manage any emerging risks and respond swiftly to threats that may arise. We are also engaging in an ongoing campaign to promote exam integrity among learners and their families. Last week, Friday, I joined matriculants in Pretoria Central High School in a national pledge signing ceremony, along with the Gauteng MEC of Education. And we did this because we need to start shifting the responsibility of learners to be responsible, accountable, and honest, away from just being punitive, but being more proactive and saying to learners they need to make sure that they take this seriously. Honorable members, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to all of those who have made these exams possible. To my co-pilot, the Deputy Minister, Dr. Mhaule, the provincial education departments, school governing bodies, examination officials, invigilators, and our law enforcement partners. Your collaboration is essential in ensuring a seamless process when it comes to rolling out the most important exam in our schooling system. I also want to thank our social partners who have joined and have provided free access to content for our learners, non-governmental organizations, faith-based institutions, and community organizations who have supported our learners and their families throughout this period. Diabulela. And finally, I want to speak directly to the class of 2024. You have shown incredible resilience, determination, and hard work. The NSC exams are a testament of not only your academic abilities, but also your perseverance in the face of challenges. You are ready, and your teachers, your families, your communities, your government will all standing behind you and wishing you every single success. To the parents and to the guardians, thank you for your unwavering support. The proverb is true. It takes a village to raise a child. This moment is much as yours as it is theirs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Minister. I'll now ask Honorable C.V. Shongwe to make his statement.
Angibonge sihlalo. Kwaza mkhonto kwaza. Angibingelele umongameli ophethe umkhonto wesizwe uPresident Jacob Gedlihlekisa Zuma oyithandayo imfundo kakhulu. Nesekela lakhe ke umongameli ubaba uJudge uHlophe noma uDr Hlophe kanye nomphathi wethu uJimmy umzwanele manje. Ongayithandi kakhulu into yesilungu. The Ekem Party joins millions of South Africans in wishing students writing matric all the best, while sazi kahle ukuthi bafunde ngaphansi kwezimo ezinzima ezingaphansi kwe-GNU led by uGogo Zile ne-DA yakhe. The minister's confidence in the readiness for a matric exam despite socio-economic problems these students face on day-to-day basis raises eyebrows. Can we ensure uninterrupted exam when basic services like water aren't guaranteed? Water shedding is an everyday occurrence in metros like City of Johannesburg. This scarcity affects various aspects of life, including education. The recent erratic patterns in KwaZulu-Natal have indeed taken devastating toll on many homes. Unfortunately, it seems that disaster management hasn't had an adequate contingency plan in place to support those affected, including families with matric students. The province has experienced severe flooding since June 1st, 2024, resulting in a loss of life, infrastructure damage, and displacement of residents with their homes being destroyed. Has the minister personally visited homes affected by the recent floods, particularly with matric learners? Sonke ke simbonile ukuthi akayanga lapho futhi uyibone TV njengabanye. Ikola ihambele ezabelungu futhi ezibaleke kubo as iGNU. The floods have likely caused significant disruptions to the daily lives of students affected by the ability to study. As heavy rains pounds KwaZulu-Natal, thousands of students face a perilous journey to the exam rooms with rivers swollen and no bridges in sight. Abaningi bayowela umfula ugcwele amanzi ukuze bayofinyelela endaweni zabo zokubhalela i-matric exam, risking their lives. Has the minister checked classrooms damaged by the heavy rains, leaking roofs, flooded classrooms and damaged buildings, rendering learning environment unsafe and uncomfortable? In the 21st century, Technology's impact on education is unparalleled. But how many students have access to cell phones or can afford data, putting these students at a disadvantaged position, extreme educational inequalities that are pre-existing already? Has the Minister considered mental health implications of intense exam preparation on teenagers? With normal hours and extra lessons, our children are shouldering immense pressure. The MK Party is unhappy with the Minister of Basic Education's view on readiness, feeling her view is narrow and inward focused. Essentially, we believe the Minister is overlooking broader challenges that impact students' ability to write exams. She is disconnected from the harsh realities faced by everyday people, existing in a bubble of privilege and isolation. All the Minister is worried about is the noise made by the people on the street. The MK Party is unhappy, and we believe that the current approach has not fully addressed the challenges of the education sector, and she is yet to even understand the challenges of it, mainly faced by our poor students, due to the support delivered by the GNU ekagogo eholwa i-DA. Abantwana abaningi bayahluleka ukuthi bafike ezikolweni ngenxa yokuthi amabhasi awekho ahambisa izingane, i-transport ayifiki, imifula igcwele akujampeki, ingane ziyangena ngisho laphayana, while i-ANC no-DNU baforsa ukuthi basifake i-coalition engekho. Asike siqinisekeni-ke Minister ukuthi sibambe la emfundweni, sinikeze izingane iservice efanele. Ngiyabonga. Kwaza Mkhonto kwaza.
I now call on the Honourable Christians.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable Members of the National Assembly, Minister, thank you for your comprehensive statement on the readiness for the 2024 National Senior Certificate Examinations. The preparation and interventions outlined today indeed reflect commendable efforts to ensure that this year's exams are conducted smoothly with integrity and efficiency at the forefront. However, while these efforts are significant, it is essential to acknowledge the deep-seated challenges that remain within our education system. The tragic poisoning incident at Rapalego Primary School in Gauteng, the devastating loss of 11 learners in a transport-related accident in Carltonville, and recently the 400 learners whose examinations were interrupted due to storm damage of power lines in the Eastern Cape, remind us of the safety vulnerabilities faced by learners in schools across the country. These heartbreaking incidents have brought to light the urgent need for improved safety protocols both inside and outside school premises. Additionally, during recent oversight visits to schools, members of the Portfolio Committee uncovered glaring infrastructure disparities. Many schools still lack access to basic amenities, including proper classrooms, safe sanitation facilities, and critical learning resources such as libraries and science labs. These gaps not only hinder learners' ability to achieve their full academic potential, but also perpetuate inequality within the education system. In under-resourced and rural areas, the challenges are especially acute, where students continue to face substandard learning environments. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is also essential that no matric learner sits down to write this examinations on an empty stomach. Ensuring that all learners have access to proper breakfast, particularly during this critical period, must be a priority. The National School Nutrition Program plays a pivotal role in providing learners with the necessary nourishment to help them concentrate and perform to the best of their abilities. By expanding efforts to include breakfast for all matric learners during the examination period, we can significantly impact their performance and overall well-being. The interventions introduced, including the Learning Recovery Program and the Examination Fitness Module, are steps in the right direction. Addressing some of the academic disruptions caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, The improvements seen in key subjects like mathematics and physical sciences are indeed encouraging, particularly for learners whose future career prospects depend on success in these areas. Umalusi's involvement in verifying the readiness of assessment bodies further highlights the department's commitment to upholding standards. Their quality assurance processes and confirmation that question papers meet the necessary standards are commendable. However, it is vital to ensure that processes are equally applied across all provinces, particularly in areas where oversight has historically been weaker. The Independent Examinations Board and the South African Comprehensive Assessment Institute have also made significant progress in preparing for the examinations. Their thorough training of invigilators and stringent security protocols for exam centres are essential to ensure a smooth and fair exam process. As we enter the examination period, it will be crucial to maintain close monitoring to prevent any potential issues from derailing these efforts. However, as we reflect on these positives, we must not shy away from the broader systemic issues. The infrastructure backlog, learner safety concerns, and disparities in service delivery continue to demand urgent and sustained attention. While we commend the progress made in exam preparation, it is clear that without addressing these challenges, many learners will remain disadvantaged. We also support the Minister's ongoing appeal to the National Treasury for additional funding to address the budget shortfalls facing the education sector. Without adequate funding, critical interventions such as the NSNP, infrastructure improvements, and the provision of teaching materials are at risk. The Minister's commitment to securing these resources is vital to ensuring that the basic education system can meet the needs of every learner and avoid further strain on already limited provincial budgets. One of the most positive developments is the department's focus on expanding digital learning content and the use of broadcast lessons. These tools offer great potential, especially for learners in under-resourced areas who may not otherwise have access to high-quality teaching in key subjects. However, digital inequality remains a substantial obstacle. While learners in well-connected urban areas may benefit from these advancements, these in rural areas often lack access to the necessary infrastructure such as reliable internet, devices, and electricity to fully participate in digital learning. This digital divide must be addressed if we are to ensure that all learners can equally benefit from the educational tools now available. An important factor that must not be overlooked is the emotional and psychological well-being of both learners and teachers during this critical exam period. The pressures on learners to perform well, coupled with the stresses of an often under-resourced environment, can lead to heightened anxiety and mental health challenges. Similarly, teachers face significant demands as they work to prepare students while navigating these systemic shortcomings. Ensuring that mental health support mechanisms such as counseling services and stress management resources are readily available is crucial to fostering a supportive and holistic learning environment to all involved. In conclusion, we appreciate the significant strides made by the department and Umalusi in ensuring the readiness of the 2024 National Senior Certificate Examinations. However, it is imperative that we continue to focus on both the progress and the challenges that remain. Our learners deserve nothing less than a safe, equitable, and well-resourced education system that prepares them for their future with confidence and pride. All the best, class of 2024. Thank you.
I now call on the Honourable Mashabela.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, honorable members and fellow South Africans. The EFF wishes all the grade 12 learners all the best in their examinations. Our children continue to learn under very difficult conditions, which could easily be addressed if the state had political will. Majority of schools in the country do not have textbooks, which makes teaching and learning very difficult. During our oversight visit in the Western Cape, we discovered that the learners from Zwelitemba High School do not have textbooks, and this has been going on for the past 3 years. Furthermore, almost all the schools in the country do not have the security personnel, which puts the lives of teachers and learners at risk. Very few which have the personnel is either they are inadequately trained or not trained at all. We have long raised this with the department. However, nothing is being done to it. The issue of scholar transport is also a very serious challenge, which government has failed to address despite repeated calls by the EFF for the government to attend to this issue. Girl children who walk long distances to and from school continue to be victims of rape and murder. The department must review its 5 kilometers policy or criteria for qualifications of scholar transport. This policy must be reviewed to 2 kilometers, at most, to relieve learners from walking long distances to schools. Every year, learners from Kgolakaleleme, Mukumi, and Mucheudi high schools at Sekgopo village in Limpopo province are absent from school for 3 weeks after school reopening because of the issue of the scholar transport. After 30 years of democracy, we still have schools that do not have proper infrastructure, water, and sanitation, and some are still using pit toilets and mud schools. The unwillingness to spend money on the future of our children is the root of all these challenges we have in our education system. The government does not want to spend money on hiring teachers, buying textbooks, hiring security in schools, and spending money on scholar transport. The money which is supposed to be spent on the future of our children gets stolen through corrupt activities. Deputy Speaker, one of the greatest barriers to fixing these problems is financial mismanagement and corruption within the Department of Basic Education. Over the past 3 financial years, the department has incurred wasteful and irregular expenditure amounting to more than 5 billion. In 2021-2022, the department wasted 3.2 billion, followed by 1.35 billion in 2022-2023, and another 954 million in 2023-2024. This level of corruption and mismanagement diverts crucial resources away from the real needs of learners, such as textbooks, infrastructure, scholar transport, and security. Sadly, there is no appetite to address these problems now and in the future. As the EFF, we care about the education of our children, and we would like to encourage grade 12 learners to approach this exam with optimism because their hard work will not go in vain. We call upon the parents to continue giving their children moral support and not pressurize them, as this could result in unfavorable performance. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is from the IFP, Honourable Marquee.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, The IFP extends its best wishes to all matriculants who are writing their National Senior Certificate exams, which commenced on Monday. We acknowledge the hard work and dedication that has brought them to this moment, and we trust that they will rise to the occasion and make their family and community proud. Education is the cornerstone of a brighter future, and the IFP remains committed to ensuring that South Africa's education system provides equitable, quality education for all learners. The Department of Basic Education has assured the nation that it is prepared for the year's exams. However, we must also go beyond examination readiness and address the long-term systems issues affecting our schools. The IFP believes in the need to enhance teaching and learning standards by providing adequate resources to schools, particularly in underfunded rural and township areas. We call for the rollout of free scholar transport, efficiently run nutrition program, and the implementation of comprehensive school transport policies that prioritize safety, especially in remote regions. It is also imperative that we raise the bar by setting the pass mark at 50% and incorporate more practical, future-ready content such as financial and entrepreneurial literacy training. The IFP remains steadfast in advocating for the professional, well-resourced, and inclusive education system that leaves no child behind. I thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. Thank you.
The next speaker is the Honorable Kojane.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Minister, one of the study tips your department issued states, open quote, get enough sleep every night, eat properly, and drink plenty of water, close quote. But in many of our communities, this is simply not possible. Some of our matriculants are the head of the houses, looking after their siblings and faced with adult responsibilities. Some of them only eat once a day or go to bed hungry. Some of them have limited access to clean water, and thus the statement does not apply to everyone. The department further stated, open quote, take a walk outside, provided it's safe to do so, a change of scenery stimulates learning, close quote. And though I agree to the truth in the statement, it is rather shameful that we have to caution our learners if it is safe to go outside for fresh air or to take a break during their studies. This is the glaring reality of most of our learners. And thus we call on the department to intensify the efforts with the safety and security clusters and the community policing forums to ensure that learners are safe at school and outside the school. There are thousands of learners who do not have necessary stationery such as pens, pencils, rubbers, rulers, calculators. Many girls also stay absent because they don't have sanitary pads. It is the teachers who often have to use their own money to buy school supplies for their learners during the year. Teachers have been working under immense stress and pressure to bring our learners to this end-of-year examination. The ratio of teacher to learners is unbalanced at most schools, and overcrowding is a major concern. At the same time, teachers' jobs have been cut, and this exacerbates the problem. There is also no effort for discipline, and it is once again the teachers who are responsible for the learners' behavior. And this, quite frankly, is too much to bear. Grade 12 teachers don't only teach matric, they teach from grades 8 to 12. They administer tests, mark, set up question papers, invigilate, run feeding scheme programs, have extra classes, and work during the holidays. At some point, they still have to find time to be with their families. So you see, without teachers, none of us would be here today. We won't be standing here debating this matter without having gone through some kind of schooling. So before we discuss the readiness of the National Senior Certificate, we need drastic intervention to make the environment for teachers and learners conducive so that they can reach these milestones. Teachers are the main aspect of this department functioning optimally, and most of them just want to see their learners flourish. And in conclusion, I'd like to say, if you take care of the people who take care of the future leaders, you take care of the nation. We want to wish the class of 2024 the best of luck and pray that God will bless them on their academic journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker, Honourable Boshoff.
Agbare huisvoorsitter, om 'n matrieksertifikaat uit te reik is 'n reusagtige oefening in logistiek, maar ook in vertroue. In logistiek is dit logies dat as jy meer as 700,000 kandidate van meer as 7 of ten minste 7 vraestelle elk by honderde skole moet voorsien, dat dit 'n nagmerrie is. Orals en alles op dieselfde dag, presies op dieselfde tyd, met die vertroue daarvan steeds sonder verdenking. Wat die vertroue betref, is dit absoluut noodsaaklik, omdat die hele land se ekonomie daar berus dat mense vertroue het in die matrieksertifikaat. Dit is die basiese sertifikaat waarop die meeste mense die res van hulle loopbaan bou. Met ander woorde, 'n mens moet die vertroue hê dat daar 'n bepaalde gehalte en 'n bepaalde integriteit daarin is. Anderster kan mense nie toegang kry tot verdere onderwys of enige naskoolse opleiding nie. Selfs werkgewers wat studente wat niks meer as matriek gestudeer het moet inneem, moet kan weet dat dit wat op daardie matrieksertifikaat staan, inderdaad die aanspraak wat die sertifikaat maak, werd moet wees. In daardie opsig is daar redelike sukses, maar nie totale sukses nie. Dit geld selfs ook vir die logistieke oefening. Wat die uitdagings betref, kan 'n mens sê dat jy aan die een kant te doen het met kriminaliteit, mense wat vraestelle lek, mense wat afkyk by mekaar, hulpvaardige onderwysers wat terwyl hulle toesig hou leerlinge help, dis die een probleem. Dan is daar nalatigheid, waar dinge doodgewoon net nie reg loop nie as gevolg van wat ook al, omdat die lewe partykeer nie reg loop nie. En dan het 'n mens natuurlik die natuur, soos wat ons nou op hierdie einste dag van vandag gehoor het, van die 400 leerlinge wat nie kan sit in die Oos-Kaap nie. Nou is die vraag, hoekom moet hierdie hele oefening so verskriklik gesentraliseerd wees? Want as elke provinsie soos tevore sy eie matriekeksamen afgeneem het, was die ontwrigting in 1 of 2 provinsies glad nie wat dit nou is vir die hele stelsel nie. Die antwoord is dat onderwysers, wat eintlik professionele mense is, nie deur die departement soos professionele mense hanteer word nie. Hulle word eintlik hanteer soos die kinders vir wie hulle skool gee. Indien ons in 'n posisie ons kan inpresteer, waar onderwysers die professionaliteit waarmee hulle beheen kan word, ook regverdig, dan sal ons vir die eerste keer met die aanvang van 'n nasionale senior sertifikaat eksamen werklik gereed wees daarvoor. Baie dankie.
I now invite the Honourable Ngobeni.
Thank you, Chair, fellow MPs, South Africans, Riperile Tobela. I extend Action SA's heartfelt best wishes to the matric class of 2024, including my very own son, Tiani, as they embark on the final leg of their high school journey. Their dedication is inspiring, but we must acknowledge that simply making it to the exam room is an achievement for many, given the immense challenges our education system faces. Far too many learners, particularly in impoverished communities, have been left behind, victims of high dropout rates and a system that doesn't serve them. Minister Kwahube, it is urgent that these systemic failures are addressed under your leadership. The numbers are staggering. An increasing percentage of learners who begin grade 1 do not make it to matric, and nearly 20% of those do fail to pass. This cannot continue. Speaking with parents, teachers, and learners, we hear about an unequal education system, under-resourced, understaffed, and underdeveloped. While some learners, including my own, are fortunate to attend a school with proper infrastructure and resources, many in rural and township areas face crumbling facilities, overcrowded classrooms, and a lack of qualified teachers. These conditions perpetuate cycles of poor outcomes, and if we are serious about building a prosperous future, we must address them immediately. We at Action SA believe in solutions. Reforming the foundation phase curriculum to focus on language, reading, and basic numeracy is critical. And so we welcome the formal adoption of this into the system. We need in-service teacher training to improve instruction and a presidential task team of experts to implement the National Reading Plan. We must up the ante and increase investment into infrastructure, technology, skills development, and entrepreneurship, while urgently addressing classroom overcrowding. Minister, we must focus and stop with rhetorics and excuses. The time for that is over. We need to be serious and pragmatic. To the class of 2024, we ask that you believe in yourselves, trust in your abilities, and success will follow. We wish you everything of the best and make us proud. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now call on the Honourable Reverend Meshwe.
House Chairperson, on behalf of the HCDP, I wish to start by conveying our sincere condolences to the families who lost their loved ones in a senseless killing spree that occurred on Friday night in Bichi village outside Mthatha. Gunmen entered their home and shot and killed 5 members of the same family mercilessly. Among those killed were 2 matriculants who would have started their matric exams yesterday had this horrific tragedy not occurred. That said, Honorable House Chairperson, on behalf of the ACDP, I would like to take this opportunity to wish the 2024 National Senior Certificate candidates all the best as they sit for their examination. Approximately 727,000 full-time and 155,000 part-time matriculants are registered to write these very important examinations. We trust learners are fully prepared for each subject they will be writing and do their utmost best, not only to pass them, but to exceed their expectations and that of their communities. We also pray that there will be no incidents that will negatively affect the smooth running of these examinations to the detriment of our learners and their future. We call on the Department of Basic Education and related stakeholders to do all they can to ensure that stringent plans are put in place to avoid, among other things, the leaking of question papers, as has been a common occurrence with almost every matric exam in the past. Lastly, my encouragement to our matriculants is that they should remain positive and believe that as they have worked very hard preparing for these examinations, all things are possible. They can do better than last year's matriculants. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker on the list is Honourable Zibi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honourable Minister, it is somewhat reassuring to hear from you that not only your department, but provincial departments of education are ready to administer this year's final matric exams. It's a huge undertaking. Almost 1 million learners and 7,000 public schools writing 162 different papers. This is a massive logistical, quality assurance and security operation for the Department of Basic Education and its ecosystem of stakeholders. It's not only a big moment for the department, but for the learners and South Africans in general, especially the parents of matriculants. It is also a time of great anxiety, especially for those who lack or do not qualify for funding for further education and training. Minister, may I therefore suggest that there be ongoing counseling and other forms of support for learners until a determined period following the announcement of the matric results next year. We would not like to see any further suicides as we see in previous years. Too many learners have struggled to get to this point. It is unforgivable that all of us in this House, members of Parliament and the Executive, have allowed kids to have to cross hippo and crocodile-infested waters just to access basic education. We must also think of the nearly half of all young people who who join the school system at the age of 6 or 7, who did not make it to this point to write matric exams. Our schools are not safe. For example, between April and June of this year, there were 9 murders and 74 rapes at schools, contributing to the rise in pregnancies and dropout rate for adolescent girls. No child should have to write under these conditions. Against the worst of odds, our children have nonetheless gotten this far. It is very important that all of us be members of this House and in our various roles in the communities, in the churches, and so on, offer all the support we can to our learners, to our teachers, to their parents, so that we may get the outcome that we should, the best outcome that we should get out of this year, out of this academic year. As Rise Mzansi, we wish the class of 2024 all the best. You have already made your families, your communities, and country proud. But as this House, we must do all we can to ensure that more learners write matric, that they do so under the best possible conditions that work in their favor, not against them. I thank you.
And I invite the Honourable Webster.
Honourable Speaker, from Build One South Africa, we extend our heartfelt best wishes to the matric class of 2024 as they begin their final exams this week. We recognize the hurdles that they have had to overcome as a cohort, and we applaud their determination and their resilience. While we note the Minister's assurance on the state of readiness for exams, as Build One SA, we remain deeply concerned about the broader state of our education system. The 13 million learners in schools across this country are routinely let down by a system that fails to provide support, tools, and opportunities that they need. As Build One SA, we called for the removal of the Minister of Basic Education, and so we welcome the appointment of Minister Siviwe Gwagube under the Government of National Unity. We believe that this presents a real chance to break from past failures and to rebuild our education system from the ground up. It is an upgrade that we have had, and it allows us to redress 15 years that allowed the standards to drop. It's a chance to address systemic issues that have continued to hold learners back for far too long, and we will support any interventions of the Minister to fix what is broken. This process, though, must begin with the safeguarding of education funding, and in the next week's midterm budget, we will firmly oppose any attempts to cut the education budget. We will table cuts to politicians' perks and to SOE bailouts, and for these funds to rather be redirected to employing teachers, to building classrooms and schools, and equipping young people. We furthermore appeal to the Minister. Let's set a higher standard for our children. A 50% minimum pass mark should be the bare minimum, and anything less, which is what we have at the moment, prepares our youth for a life of unemployment and wasted potential. The Minister's own party, the DA, has long opposed the 30% pass in matric, and it's time to make the 50% standard a much-needed reform and reality. Let us not only wish our matriculants success, but work to create a system where their success is guaranteed. In her statement, the Minister mentioned her commitment to ensuring that no learner is left behind. We want to anchor that by saying we must ensure we build one education system where the potential of learners and the opportunities they have is not determined by race or class. We support this towards achieving substantive reform to basic education in South Africa. I thank you.
The next speaker is the Honourable Sali.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Assalamu alaikum. First, Al-Jama wishes to extend our warm wishes to every learner. May you be granted beneficial success, and we encourage them to continue to strive for the best results despite the difficult challenges. Al-Jama would like to extend its gratitude to the Department of Home Affairs Director General and his team, both in Cape Town and Pretoria office, for their swift intervention in the processing of identity cards of matric learner from Mannenberg so that she could write her exams with a peace of mind. Returning to the department's readiness for the 2024 National Senior Certificate exams, the nation is encouraged to have read the latest reports that our class of 2024 are confident to do well in the exams. It's also encouraging to see that there is an increase in the number of candidates who will sit for the South African Sign Language Home Language examination. This increase tells us that the recognition of sign language was long overdue. We appreciate the efforts made by the department for the readiness of class 2024. However, there are remaining concerns such as learners who are exposed to disasters as the department raised concerns of unfavorable conditions which will affect KwaZulu-Natal, Gauteng, Mpumalanga, etc. Foreseeability. Are the departments in those provinces and regions ready to avoid learners from being stuck either at schools or their homes due to the severity of floods? The other concern is the safety of matrics on their way to and back from the exam locations. The latest results of crime in South Africa paint a grim picture. An overwhelming and pervasive fear of crime engulfs the lives of ordinary South Africans. Increase in the severity of violence for most of their lives, children on the Cape Flats, in Soweto, Umlazi and other areas have not been learning, let alone living in safe environments. How safe is it for the matric learners to walk to her or his school on the day of writing an exam? Several areas have been identified by police as hotspots for crime. The question is, have any arrangements been made to deploy extra law enforcement officers along the routes learners take to walk back from school? The increase in gang violence remains a growing problem. Many of our schools will suffer of basic shortcomings in the education system, and these are not receiving urgent attention, especially schools in the rural areas. Just last week, Al-Jamal leader, who is Deputy Minister of Social Development, led a party delegation to schools in Kumfumabamba in the Eastern Cape. These schools still do not have running water, and in some cases, no water was present in the toilets. Despite these challenges, we wish the matrics well, and we also applaud the educators and the parents for their sacrifices for their children. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Sali. I now invite the Honourable Adams.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Colleagues, the Progressive Caucus. Minister, it was a very interesting speech of yours. And I thought that I was amongst many people who believed that once we removed Angie Moshekha from education, everything would be okay. Today you've come here and proved that this is certainly not the case. You have mentioned the fortitude of these children, Minister, who have suffered the indignity of using pit latrines at school, who have suffered the dangers of bullets walking to school and back, who have gone to school on hungry stomachs, but you've not mentioned the solution. You've not said a word about next year's class of 2025, which will go through the same things. 165,000 people write matric this year, but we've not mentioned the 800,000 who've fallen through the cracks. This GNU does not care about them. You've not, Minister, once mentioned that the disparities in education will no longer be cemented amongst racial lines. Minister, a matric certificate is not the end of it for a young boy of color. We understand that if your name is Steenhuisen, you can have presidential aspirations in this country just by having a matric. For the rest of us, that's not the case. Minister, we hope.
You also have not changed yourself.
We hope and we pray, Minister, that you will do better than your predecessor. Unfortunately, this speech gives us no hope of that. Thank you.
The next speaker on the list that I have here is the speaker from the ANC, Honourable Lowe.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Over the past 30 years, the African National Congress has placed education as an apex priority to empower its people, particularly the marginalized. We inherited a basic education system that entrenched inequality with a sharp distinction between rural townships schools compared to former model schools in urban areas. Today, without any fear of contradictions, we affirm that a child in a rural area or township can be best performing learner in the country. Rural and township schools are among the best performing equipped with expanded infrastructure, libraries, and computer labs. 80% of our rural schools have got their metrics to have increased in the past financial years. We have built more than thousands of classrooms during 2023-2024. And then we'll also make sure that we train thousands of teachers in making sure that they specialize in certain educations to advance learners of special needs. There's a testament to the concerted efforts to the democratic government to provide South Africans with equal opportunities, unleashing their human potential to improve their living conditions and that of the nation. The success of a learner is no longer determined by their school quintiles. That is a promise made by the African National Congress, which has historically pioneered scholarship amongst oppressed black people. Education continues to receive the highest budget allocation, both nationally and provincially. The class of 2024 is particularly special, having been impacted by COVID-19, which resulted in learning losses. Despite the challenges, the department and its teachers have impacted curriculum recovery plan to close the gap. We commend our learners for their commitment to adapting to learning during one of the most difficult periods. We also welcome government progress in addressing load shedding, which has the potential to negatively impact learners' preparations. We also command the department to collaborate with the municipalities to deal with low reductions of electricities. As the ANC, we urge all South Africans to contribute to creating a conducive environment for our children and learners to focus on their examination and schooling. It is our collective duty to ensure that our schools are safe, working with SAPs and other stakeholders, fostering communities that protect learners. Together we can tackle issues such as bullying, substance abuse, and the sale of counterfeit foods that endanger our children's health. The ANC wishes to extend its condolences to the families and communities mourning the loss of children due to the poisonous food. We call on law enforcement agencies to intensify investigation and arrest those producers and sellers with immediate effect. They must not waste time, they must arrest them and they must rot in jail. We have received a report on the state of readiness for the 2024 matric examination with Umalusi. Let us confirm that they are satisfied with the examination process, assessment, and support of markers. We urge the public to refrain from spreading misinformation such as alleged mathematics paper on social media. We should uphold the integrity of our examination system as is crucial, and we must discourage any involvement of copying or cheating by our learners. We must encourage them to study hard. We believe this generation holds immense promise to our national future. Today's learners have grown up in the digital age, and as we introduce coding and robotics in our education system, we must remember that innovation will shape our future. We should encourage our children to pursue science, mathematics, and technology, which is your STEM subjects, enabling them to contribute to technological innovation and participate in the digital economy. The generation must lead the way in driving domestic internationalization and the beneficiation of our mineral resources. As we celebrate our day of examinations, we recognize the efficiency of the system, department officials, and schools management in ensuring smooth examination process. We wish over 880,000 full-time and part-time learners across 6,909 examination centers the best of luck. As the ANC, we stand firmly on the side of the workers. We will ensure that the teachers' posts are provisioned in line with norms and standards, providing quality educations, particularly those from previously marginalized schools. There will never be budget cuts or school teachers' cuts imposed at Western Cape. Thank you.
I now call the Honourable Minister of Basic Education to conclude the statement.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you very much to the members who have wished our class of 2024 well. Really, I do believe that it is probably heartwarming for them to hear their leaders wishing them well. I also wish to thank some of the constructive feedback and contributions that we've received from members during this period. Although some were less than constructive, I suppose that's the nature of the game. Honourable Strongwe would know that there is no school too far or district too remote for me to ever visit. In fact, I have been conducting provincial visits across the country, having covered 7 out of the 9 provinces, as I indicated. And so the notion somehow that my account of the schooling system and the education system is somewhat shielded and is only really myopic couldn't be further from the truth. But I also understand that if I didn't have anything constructive to say, I would probably also stoop to such low attempts. Honourable Mashabela is absolutely correct that there are a number of issues that are dogging our system, things like scholar transport, issues like the school nutrition program, and of course, these things must be fixed. And I've always indicated to members of this House that mine is not to sugarcoat the reality of the system to you. Mine is to give you a real account of what the system is about and what it is that we will do to fix it. So I'm not here to tell stories that will make you feel better at night. I'm here to tell you the real harsh realities of what we are facing. South Africa is in deep financial trouble, and provincial departments are struggling to make ends meet to cover some of the obligations that they have. Therefore, difficult choices often have to be made. This is not something that we take pride in, but it's something to say that, well, members and leaders in South Africa understand that this is what we are dealing with. So yes, there are problems when it means that 6-year-olds can have to walk more than 2 kilometers to get to school, because the national policy indicates that you will only provide children with scholar transport up to when they have to walk 5 kilometers. Would it suit me if every single child who needed scholar transport had scholar transport? Absolutely. But is that possible within the fiscal environment that we operate in? No. But these are things that we are aware of, and these are things that we are working hard to address. And my plea with members is that we must be able to hold 2 truths at the same time. 1, the challenges that exist. 2, the fact that there are efforts in place to address them. I think it's not useful to be simplistic in our way of looking at our problems in South Africa. Infrastructure remains an Achilles heel for the Department of Basic Education. This is why it has been a priority of mine for this term, to make sure that no provincial department sends money back to Treasury for not having spent all of the infrastructure budget. It is absolutely unacceptable considering the fact that we still have 241 pit latrines in South Africa that need to be eradicated by March of 2025. And we still have inappropriate infrastructure in places around this country that needs to be eradicated. But provinces have assured me that it is their priority to make sure that they spend infrastructure budgets and they spend them well. And lastly, I want to deal with the issue around the system. A number of members, I think Honourable Zibi, Honourable Webster, a number of members raised the issue around the health of the system. And I want to agree, members, that matric exams cannot be the sole marker of success of an education system. Today, the priority of today was to update you on our readiness on the NSC exams. However, the NSC exams can't just simply be the only marker. If an education system is to be successful, it has to be continuous. We have to strengthen early learning from a very young age, and that is why ECD has been absorbed within DBE. We have to make sure that we strengthen the ECD, we have to make sure that we strengthen grade R, and we have to make sure that systematically we stress test the system to make sure that learners stay longer in school. That's the overview and the strategy of making sure you develop a comprehensive and well-articulated education system. Of course, we must celebrate the successes of our matric learners, but it's not the be-all and the end-all. And my commitment in my term is simply this, that we're going to make sure that the system is healthy at all levels, whether it is at a foundation level, whether it is at intermediate level, or whether it is at the further education and training level. It's important that every single child who walks into a school gets quality education regardless of where they come from until they leave the school premises. And on the issue around the throughput rate that some members have raised, I think it's also important, members, that we don't play fast and loose with numbers. There are not 160,000 learners who are writing exams. But nonetheless, the point I'm trying to simply make is that no system will ever have 100% throughput rate from grade R to grade 12, because along the way, learners move, along the way, learners leave grade 9 and go to FET colleges and FET institutions to go and pursue an alternative way of finishing off their school. And so that is also what affects your throughput rate. But be that as it may, we as a department need to be able to make sure that we track every single learner. That if you ask me at any given time how many learners started in grade R and finished in grade 12 and how many went where, we should be able to give you that number. So my assurance is that this is not just the only piece de resistance of the education system. Really, the effort is to make sure that investment is right from grade R all the way to grade 12. And we do that whether you are from Qwaqwa, Mqanduli, or Sandton. It should not matter where you come from. My undertaking
Minister,
is that our education system, and we will get it right, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Honourable members, that concludes party responses to the statement, and the Secretary will now read the first order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Correctional Services on oversight visit to Goodwood Correctional Centre on 21 August.
The Honourable Ramolepeng.
Deputy Speaker, Deputy President, members of the House, the Portfolio Committee on Correctional Service undertook an oversight visit to the Goodwood Correctional Centre on the 21st August 2024. The focus areas of the oversight visit were on infrastructure, rehabilitation, and social reintegration, and to receive a report of an alleged assault of a department official by another official, and of an incident by an inmate, namely Boniface Guerreira Banks. Goodwood Correctional Centre offers long occupational skills as well as short occupational skills, which includes sewing, fine art, vegetable production, painting, sewing, and entrepreneurial studies. A total of 114 inmates participate in both long and short occupational skills. The centre has its own resource project, which includes a canine unit which was established and constructed, the provision of temporary access control, of gate control movement and security inside and outside of the premises, and the establishment of Goodwood Correctional Facility Circuit Court, which provides an additional seat to the Western Cape High Court. Deputy Speaker, a remand detainee Boniface Guerreira Banks, who happens to be an illegal foreign national, recorded with a cell phone a video which circulated on social media on the 14th of July 2024. The inmate was traced and found to have an active TikTok account, and where he posted videos of over a period of 3 months. He was charged, degraded, transferred to a maximum facility, and the TikTok account was deactivated and he forfeited his privileges. An investigator was appointed to look at the possible complicity of officials. The investigation further indicated that the videos were recorded due to poor supervision by the officials. Regarding the assault of one official on another, the committee learned of the details that the official was arrested on the 8th of August 2024 and was granted bail after being detained at Goodwood Correctional Center as a remand detainee. Deputy Speaker, the committee is concerned about the lack of perimeter fence around Goodwood Correctional Center. This is a security risk as members of the community are able to throw contrabands into the facility. We welcome the establishment of the circuit court inside the facility as it will assist with reducing cost and security incidents. We further urge the department to engage with the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development to ensure that this initiative is expanded to over correctional centers and around the country. We are concerned about the number of vacancies in the center and urge that the matter be addressed urgently. We are concerned about the number of mental health care users, as well as those awaiting psychiatric observation in a mental health institution being incarcerated in a correctional facility. Regarding the use of contraband, such as cell phones, management of the facility is requested to engage with ICASA to look at possibilities of blocking cell phone networks, especially inside cells. In addition, the management is requested to ensure that there are measures in place to minimize contrabands getting into the facility. The committee appreciates initiatives such as the K9 unit, the Arts Center, work being done by offenders. Deputy Speaker, I table the report for the House consideration. I thank you.
I will now recognize political parties wanting to make a declaration. The usual times for declaration of votes will apply. The DA.
Honourable members, the Goodwood Correctional Centre, much like other facilities, faces severe overcrowding. At the time of our oversight, it was operating at 151% of its intended capacity, which is deeply concerning. A significant issue is the lack of a well-maintained perimeter fence around the facility, presenting a clear security risk. This leaves the centre vulnerable as members of the public can throw contraband into the premises. Unfortunately, driving past the facility yesterday, I observed that the fence appeared to be in the same deteriorated condition as it was during our initial visit. Goodwood houses high-profile, high-risk inmates, including gang leaders, which makes security a priority. The introduction of a circuit court within the facility is a much-needed development. The Department of Justice would be urged to replicate this initiative at other correctional facilities in the country. One of the pressing concerns is the vacancies in critical positions that urgently need to be filled. The current ratio of officials to inmates remains alarmingly inadequate, impacting the efficiency and security of the centre. Although the CCTV camera system installed in Goodwood promises to enhance security, it was disheartening to discover that cameras were not operational during our visit. Since then, 177 of the 216 cameras were restored, with ongoing efforts to ensure full functionality of the system, which is encouraging. The findings from the security threat assessment conducted at the centre was particularly alarming. It revealed that officers were becoming too familiar with inmates, leading to security lapses. In response, the department has since implemented a rotational system to prevent this over-familiarity and improve overall security. Only time will tell whether these measures will be effective. In conclusion, the Department of Correctional Services is, like all departments, under immense financial pressure. As a national security department, it is crucial that DCS receives adequate funding, as underfunding poses a significant risk to the country's security. While all departments are expected to be innovative in managing limited resources, the Goodwood facility, as a snapshot of DCS countrywide, highlights the extent of the challenge. The backlog of criminal cases in our courts results in an increase in remand detainees, and it's putting an unbearable strain on our correctional centres. Expecting DCS to accommodate an ever-increasing and growing remand detention population without revisiting budget allocation methodology is unsustainable, and it poses a very serious security threat for the country. Thank you very much.
MK.
Thank you, Chair. The team of MK Party that was part of this trip does not have good news. They have recorded deplorable conditions. They have recorded shortage of beds, rampant use of cell phones for conducting criminal activity. The issues of contraband are just a common issue there. Shortage of prison warders. So in short, we reject this report because we think supporting it will condone a lot of wrongness. But today, Chairperson, on the 22nd of October 2024, today, I conducted a follow-up visit to a different place called Voorberg Prison here in the Western Cape as part of my ongoing parliamentary work. I was hoping that Akbar Groenewald would be here today so that I could say to him that I was welcomed also met gasvryheid by Area Commissioner Linda Fortuin and Head of Center, Mr. Munaheng. That place, Akbar Groenewald, is ordentlik. Alles is reg daarso, except that there's not even one CCTV camera in that place. So it's a problem right there. But otherwise, the place is well run. During my tour, I met a person I once saw in the Namibia news, Urban Lombeni Shaumbako, whose name had surfaced in media reports concerning Phala Phala robbery at President Ramaphosa's farmhouse. Contrary to public belief and to Namibia news headlines, Urbanus is not serving time for the Phala Phala farm robbery, but for unrelated, cooked-up offenses, namely reckless driving, possession of unlicensed firearms, and defeating the ends of justice, all of which was discovered on some mysterious roadblock on some Sunday afternoon. He's serving a 20-year term. If I had enough time, I would show you the issues there. But today, Urbanus shared disturbing details about his arrest. He described months of surveillance, random searches, and raids prior to his arrest. More alarmingly, he confirmed that his legal team was approached by Dr. Bejani Chauke, the president's former advisor, to ensure that Phala Phala robbery would not be used as a defense. In exchange, he was offered a plea deal promising early release and financial compensation. He also signed non-disclosure agreements preventing him discussing the robbery. These revelations only intensify our concern as the MK about the irregularities around the Phala Phala farm saga. The state's introduction of irrelevant financial evidence during his trial, combined with the secretive nature of the plea deal, suggests a possible attempt to cover up the truth. Today's conversation has strengthened the MK Party's resolve to pursue justice. As the MK Party, we remain committed to uncovering the truth behind Phala Phala. We are now even more determined to explore private prosecution. We will request key information from the NPA and all of those involved in there. Let me conclude. That Director of Public Prosecution who gave President a clean bill of health must be summoned to the Justice Committee to account for the poor quality of NPA investigations. We will do a press briefing on this in the next coming days as the MK Party. Thank you very much.
The EFF.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
I was part of the team of members that went to do oversight in this Goodwood prison. And in my entire life, I have not seen inhumane conditions worse than those ones at Goodwill Correctional Facility. Overcrowding in this facility is despicable, to say the least. It is currently sitting at 53%. That means 1/3 of the inmates either sleep on the floor or on top of the ropes that are tied between two beds to accommodate the third inmate. Goodwood, like most correctional facilities, are not spared of smuggling of contraband, particularly cell phones. Discovery of cell phones inside the cells is on the rise, and it's a cause for concern. The Boniface Kurara case took place in Goodwood, and the trend of TikTok videos made by inmates is a problem faced by many facilities, not just Goodwood Prison. We also know for a fact that these cell phones are used by gang leaders who are incarcerated to communicate with the gangs outside and even to give orders of hits to the enemies from and inside the jail cells. Minister are utlo tsenya di signal jamming machine. Mar ha re ba tshepe. Akere we know hore ba tlo di tsenya, mar instead of the signal jamming inside, go tlo jama machine ya teng. The question remains, why is the department not involving SAPS to thoroughly investigate who are the original owners of cell phones that are found in the cells? Perpetrators must be identified and exposed. What is so difficult to track such info? Why is the department complicit in this regard? We all know that inmates are supposedly searched on a daily basis, including when they leave or come back from courts and other institutions. In all these instances, the buck stops with the department. The center also shockingly has no perimeter fences around it, making it vulnerable for easy prison escape. It's like fielding a soccer team without a goalkeeper. Pathetic. The EFF rejects the report.
IFP.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, the IFP acknowledges the oversight report presented by the Portfolio Committee on Correctional Services regarding its visit to Goodwood Correctional Center on 21st August 2024. This oversight is critical. It highlights various issues affecting the correctional environment, particularly regarding infrastructure, rehabilitation, and inmate welfare. The IFP's commitment to justice, accountability, and the well-being of individuals, both offenders and officials, guides our perspective on this report. The presence of 85 mental health care users and 15 awaiting psychiatric observation within the correctional facility raises serious concern regarding the appropriate treatment and safety of these individuals. We strongly believe that mental health care users should not be housed in correctional facilities. We urge the Department of Correctional Services to explore alternative placement in appropriate health care facilities to ensure that these individuals receive the care they need. The report details 2 critical incidents, and both incidents underscore the need for improved oversight and accountability within the institution. We advocate for a thorough investigation into these incidents and the establishment of robust protocols to prevent such occurrence in the future. The IFP also supports necessary disciplinary actions against involved officials, enforcing the principles of accountability within correctional services. I thank you.
PA.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. One of the biggest challenges that prisons face is overcrowding. Goodwood Correctional Center is one of the prisons that faces mass incarceration and limited space and staff. The approved bed space for Goodwood Correctional Center is 1,651, while there are 2,497 inmates, placing the overcrowding rate at Goodwood Correctional Center at 53%. With more inmates than officers, the staff to inmate ratio becomes unmanageable. This can lead to staff burnout and decline in their ability to effectively monitor inmates. One example is the inmate that had an active TikTok account where he posted videos over a period of 3 months. Following the investigation, he was found in possession of a cell phone and a charger in prison. The reason for this was alluded to as poor supervision by officials and possible complicity of officials. There is also no security perimeter fence surrounding the premises, which leads to high volumes of smuggling. Members of the community can even throw contrabands into the facility. As South Africans, we must be honest with ourselves that we are also contributing to the problem. The department's name cannot drag through the mud like this. If you want to restore dignity to the correctional services, then decisive action must be taken against the inmates and prisons officials guilty of wrongdoing at all prisons across the country. In conclusion, since prisons operate as closed institutions, it makes it difficult for public oversight. Therefore, additional staff must be hired. Regular and intensified monitoring and consistent oversight should be implemented as preventative measures that the department should undertake. I thank you.
The FF Plus.
Thank you, Speaker. There's no doubt that there's much to be done and many obstacles to overcome to get correctional services centres up to standard as institutions of detention and rehabilitation to ultimately ensure that our communities are safe. Onmeetbare skade is oor 'n tydperk van etlike jare aan hierdie fasiliteite aangerig, van binne en van buite. Dis duidelik aan die stand van baie van hierdie fasiliteite, soos die Goodwood gevangenis. Ek verwys ook natuurlik na agterstand in paroolaansoeke, soos die bykans 500 paroolaansoeke wat opgehoop het in die vorige 5 jaar. Dis duidelik aan die stand van hierdie fasiliteite soos dit tans daarna uitsien. Dis 'n groot skip hierdie voorsitter en dit gaan baie verg om hom om te draai, maar die minister het reeds gewys dat dit wel gedoen kan word. Minister Groenewald het nie net sy voorganger se agterstand van 495 aansoeke uitgewis nie, maar ook alle nuwe aansoeke reeds teen 3 Oktober vanjaar afgehandel. Dit bewys dat hierdie skip wel met harde eerlike werk omgedraai kan word. Daar is egter reuse golwe, groot struikelblokke soos oorbevolking in ons tronke wat dringend aandag sal verg. Die Goodwood gevangenis is met 53% oorbevolk. Hierdie fasiliteit het plek vir 1651 gevangenes, maar met 2497 gevangenes huisves. Daar is ook reuse probleme, soos die grensheining wat net eenvoudig nie bestaan nie. Die VF+ verwelkom die feit dat die portefeulje komitee oor die departement van gevangenis die gevolge bestuur en dissiplinêre stappe wat geneem word om amptenare wat hulself aan bedrog en korrupsie skuldig maak op aandring, sowel as 'n verslag oor die grensheining. En die VF+ sal die vordering in die verband fyn dophou. Ek dankie.
Action essay.
Thank you, Chairperson. We are doing extremely well. The words of an inmate at Goodwood Correctional Centre in Cape Town. The Portfolio Committee visited the centre to see just how well they are doing. What he posted on TikTok was indeed truth. Minister, Deputy Minister, as we walked through the corridors, an unsettling feeling of envy gripped my heart, probably because I realized that the offerings in prison could have been much rather utilized in our communities. Too much, too late. This department is beginning to mirror social development. Despite the sustainable and growing crime rate, Inmates are more taken care of than our marginalized communities. They have access to a full basket of skills development programs, libraries, clinics, and an over-exaggerated emphasis on their human rights while they violated the rights of many of their victims. Undocumented foreign nationals who contribute to our overcrowding crisis are consulted on whether or not they want to return to their countries with an obvious no. This despite many of them being hardcore criminals and sentenced for crimes such as drug dealing and trafficking. It's time for prison to be prison again. South African taxpayers cannot continue paying for this slap on the hand kinder incarceration. So kan dit nie aangaan nie, Minister. Too much too late. We note this report with serious concerns. I thank you.
The ACDP.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The issues raised by Mr. Mani, I think, do require some attention and do raise some serious questions. And I think all of us, it's incumbent upon us to look into the issues which he raised in an oversight visit to a prison. We as the ACDP, we've visited many facilities over the years, and it is interesting, as Mr. Mani did, where he was able to engage with an inmate and find out some disturbing issues relating to the Pala Pala issue, which do require further looking into. Now, like so many other correctional services, Goodwood is extremely overcrowded, as other speakers have indicated. And we in the ACDP have always advocated that one should look to the remand detainees. Many of those people are innocent, rather than what is want to happen is that sentenced prisoners are given a reprieve, which in our view undermines the criminal justice system. It is equally concerning that of 305 of the remand detainees have a relatively low bail. 118 of these have a bail less than 500 rand. And if I was to ask you, what does it cost per day to incarcerate a remand detainee, it is almost 400 rand a day. So it just doesn't make sense, because when you have a low bail, it's often for a very trivial offense. And so, yes, the department has tried everything in its power using provisions of the criminal justice system to look into these remand detainees, but of the 298 applications to have the bail reviewed, only 8 were successful. And I think this is a matter of concern. The ACDP is also appreciative of the speedy attention that was given to the video of Mr. Born-Free Banks, how that was dealt with, the cell phone videos. And it is concerning that either officials were complicit or negligent. The ACDP will support this report. I thank you.
Rise.
I'm Tramastul. Just want to say from the outset that we are going to support this report, because what the report tells us is something that we had expected from a visit to a correctional center in South Africa. What we do know is the overcrowding of our correctional centers. But what's more worrying, and it should worry us most, is that we have categories of convicted criminals who refuse to be corrected. So when I was speaking to the Minister of Police, and as you know, around the Lusiki murders, one of the suspects actually conducted these criminal activities from a correctional center. And if there's something that we have to do, is to start treating the correctional centers not as a place where criminals get together to commit more crime and control what happens outside, but to pay back to society. And that's one of the things that this report, maybe it's lacking. But we also know, and I hope the Minister of Correctional Services will take this to heart, that there are a number of correctional service officials, the prison officials, that are turning a blind eye to this contraband, especially cell phones that are making their way into our prisons, and that's used to commit further crimes and terrorize South Africans who are living outside. But like I said, Mtamashton, Rise Mzansi, I say get a report.
Bosa.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I must first start by saying that, as Build One SA, we support the reports and actually the work being done by the Portfolio Committee on Correctional Services. But we must also express concern that these issues are not new. We know that overcrowding, insufficient mental health care for inmates, smuggling of contraband, and the lack of basic security infrastructure are issues that have been plaguing the correctional facilities for far too long. What we are witnessing at Goodwood is a microcosm of a broader systemic failure. And what it does is that it reflects the gross negligence of the Department of Correctional Services. The committee has made strong recommendations to reduce overcrowding, particularly by improving bail review processes and strengthening partnerships with the judiciary. So what we would like to see is that these recommendations become more than words on paper, and that the department acts, and that this House holds the department accountable. The report reveals a growing crisis in our correctional services, and so we have to be clear that the responsibility lies with the Department of Correctional Services. We urge the department to heed the committee's call and to fill vacant posts immediately, because that will address the pervasive security breaches that allow gangs to operate with impunity from within the prison walls. The fight for justice doesn't end with arrest and sentencing. It continues in the correctional system. And if we're serious about rehabilitation and being able to reintegrate people into society, the department must take the recommendations of the report seriously. Thank you.
ATM, not here. Al-Jamal.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'm not sure why everybody seems so stunned about the conditions that we're finding in prisons. It's something that has been happening for many years. Having worked in the NPA as a state advocate, prisons was overflowing then already. It was already considered a Holiday Inn. So the Holiday Inn has just increased. And it's just become more lucrative business inside these prisons. We duly note the reports and feedback of the Portfolio Committee and the concerns raised. However, if our Parliament, of the seventh Parliament, if we don't get our act together, and if we don't consider recommendations, and if we don't put down timelines, we're going to continue sitting with these problems. Put down timelines as to when you're going to rectify the situation that we are facing, and maybe we'll get somewhere. Let's not go 5 years from now and still sit with the same problem, if not more exacerbated problem. Thank you.
NCC, not here. PAC, not here. UAT, not present. Good, not present. ANC.
Deputy Speaker, I would love to start by quoting former President Mandela, and I quote, "It is said that no one truly knows a nation until one has been inside its jails. A nation should not be judged by how it treats its highest citizens, but how it does with its lowest one." On the 21st of August 2024, as a Portfolio Committee, we undertook an oversight at Goodwood. The issue of contraband in correctional centers, it's very serious. Regrettably, it's persistent. One example, the issues of inmate Boniface. But I must say, Madam Speaker, we are particularly pleased to see some of the rehabilitation programs conducted by the department. the democratic government of the African National Congress have ushered in a paradigm shift in prisons to advocate rehabilitation to be in the center of correctional services. We also must appreciate the establishment of a circuit court within the center of Goodwood, which was built and offenders was used to build that court. This report is tabled during the month of October, which is a mental health awareness month. The objective of not only educating the public about mental health, but also to reduce the stigma and discrimination that people with mental illness are often subjected to. We are concerned about the number of mental health patients, as well as those awaiting psychiatric observation in mental health institutions, being incarcerated in correctional centers. These categories of inmates should not be incarcerated at correctional service facilities. It is very unfortunate that the Action SA speaks about prisons, that we must go back to prisons, whilst they were part just a week ago that we visited prisons like Jose Mampuru, where we visited a UNISA hub, and most of those in that hub were doing very well with rehabilitation. Some holding master's degrees, they got into the prison, got into correctional centers with matric, they are living with master's degrees. We've got 2 that have PhD degrees. It is also unfortunate, Madam Speaker, that MK Party opted not to speak to the report of Goodwood, but rather tell us about their visiting their friends and what was the outcome of the specific people that they tend to visit. As the ANC, we support this report of the committee. I thank you.
Honourable members, I now recognise the Honourable Chief Whip.
Thank you very much. Madam Deputy Speaker, good afternoon to you and honourable members. May I then propose that the report be adopted? Thank you very much.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? Honourable Member?
Yes.
The MK Party, the future of this country, is objecting.
The objection of the MK is noted. Honourable Member of the EFF.
Deputy Speaker, please register the objection of the EFF.
The objection of the EFF is noted, and with those objections, the motion is agreed to. The Secretary will read the second order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Police on 2024-2025 budget and annual performance plan of Private Security Industry Regulatory Authority, PSIRA.
I now call on the Honourable Cameron.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's my privilege to present to you today the Portfolio Committee on Police's 2024-25 budget report for the Private Security Industry Regulatory Authority, also known as CIRA. The role of CIRA to regulate South Africa's private security industry is one that is critical. It's especially critical given that South Africa is one of the largest private security industries in the world. It's important that we ensure that we have a strong and well-managed regulatory body that is fit and able. CIRA is currently funded through various sources, including registration fees from security service providers and officers, annual levies, and fines for non-compliance with the industry regulations. These funds enable CIRA to uphold certain standards, regulate the industry, and ensure that security practices align with national safety goals and legal requirements. For the current financial year, the committee recommends that CIRA focus on the following 3 key points. The first one is the employment of foreign nationals by private security service providers should seriously be stopped and looked into. Second, the involvement of private security service providers in extortion. And then the exploitation of private security guards, particularly regarding unfair remuneration,
poor working conditions, and issues with UIF and pension funds. Additionally, we would like to urge the Minister of Police to address and assist with the remuneration of security guards employed by government departments. The committee extends its gratitude to the Minister of Police, Deputy Ministers of Police, and the board and management of the Private Security Independent Regulatory Authority for their productive engagements during the 2024-25 budget hearings. We look forward to continued collaboration and ensure a well-regulated private security centre. Thank you.
I will now recognise political parties wishing to make a declaration. The usual times for declaration of votes will apply. The DA.
Good afternoon, Madam Deputy Speaker. The role of CIRA in South Africa is critical in ensuring that the private security industry operates in a professional and ethical manner. This is becoming increasingly important as these entities often have to fill gaps and assist civilians that the overstretched SAPS cannot attend to ensure that we live in a safer society. In fact, Madam, more security officers were registered in South Africa in 1 year than all of the police officers currently employed by the SAPS. CIRA's 2024-25 budget and annual performance has both its welcome developments and its concerning failures. Its performance over the years in ensuring that thousands of security companies are licensed and monitored to ensure a high level of compliance within the industry has been well received. Moreover, CIRA's annual performance has shown some positive trends, with a decrease in security breaches and incidents reported across various sectors. This indicates that CIRA's efforts in monitoring and regulating the private security industry are bearing some fruit, resulting in a safe environment for businesses and individuals. However, there are also some areas of concern regarding CIRA's performance, and the fact that the authority has received a qualified audit opinion has highlighted several challenges that need to be addressed as a matter of urgency. The regulator itself has raised concerns about government departments not paying security service providers adequately and often at a lower rate than the minimum required. The authority raised this as a major concern and has published pricing guidelines in an effort to mitigate these issues. Unfortunately, due to certain tender requirements for government procurement of security services, more often than not, these companies that receive the tenders do not follow correct procedures and pricing structures, and subsequently, the guards standing on the front line receive a lower rate of remuneration than required. We urge the Minister of Police to address the unfair payment of guards employed by all government departments. Abuses of tender processes work at the expense of hard-working citizens who want to be gainfully employed. The growth of unregistered security firms within the sector is one of the primary obstacles hindering the industry. To protect the integrity of the private security industry and ensure the safety of South Africans as a whole, CIRA must enhance their efforts to find and punish dishonest operators. It is essential for CIRA to improve its transparency, accountability, and efficiency to ensure that it will fulfill its mandate effectively and contribute to a safer and more secure environment for all its stakeholders. Another key issue is the lack of transparency and accountability within the organization's operations, with reports of corruption and misconduct amongst some of its officials. This casts a shadow over CIRA's credibility and raises questions about its ability to fulfill its mandate effectively. In March 2024, CIRA conducted an unannounced visit to the David Kruiper local municipality in Uppington. Upon inspection, they found that only 11 of the 33 security officers employed at the municipality were correctly registered with the authority. To date, this matter has sadly not yet been attended to, and no fine has been served on the municipality for failing to comply with the Act. Increases in CIRA's budget do not necessarily translate to improved services or outcomes, as mismanagement and efficiencies within the organization can still hinder its performance. Without proper oversight and governance mechanisms in place, additional funding will not lead to tangible improvements in CERA's operations. In conclusion, while CERA's 2024-25 performance has some welcome and positive aspects, there are also significant challenges that need to be addressed as soon as possible to ensure that the entity does all within its power to ensure that their hard work and commitment translate not only into an unqualified audit in its next financial year, but a tangible improvement in its key performance areas. The Democratic Alliance therefore supports the adoption of this report. I thank you.
MK.
Kwaza mkhonto kwaza. Phansi ngejeni uphansi. Ngikuthokoze mgcini isihlalo. Ngithanda ukuthi kuzoba budisanyana ukuthi lokho siphinda into yinye. Mongabuyela ku2011 masikhuluma ngendaba yeSira le. Ngabogadi abagadako. Abanye babantu bagadwa ngiwo amagadi lawo njengoba sila. Niza kukhumbula ukuthi iSira inama price yawa regulator. Njengoba some of my colleagues bakhulumile nje ukuthi uma kubhalelwa uhulumende ukomplya ama-government department asabhadala ama-security companies imali encancane edlula lena eya-legislature la iparliament. Now uyazibuza ukuthi umthetho lo bazowugandelela njani kusomahwebo abasijameleko. Uma ama-department khulukazi ominister nababakhona la bayayazi into engikhuluma ngayo le akusiyinto etshani and akufuneki ukuthi siphindaphinde into yinye. Unyaka opheleleko kukhulunywa nga-same thing. Unyaka lo siyaphinda from the 6th administration, i-7th administration sisakhuluma into efanako. Lokho kukhombisako ukuthi abantu abawaqabangeli abantu abachatshuleko njengomantshingelani. Lokho okwenza ukuthi uma uhulumende kunguye ophula umthetho kuthi ukuthi siyaphi kanti. Kanti inhliziyo ezihle zokucabangela abantu ukuthi abahole njengani o njengathi la ziyephi kanti ukomsifa inhliziyo kangaka na. Uma ubhadala i-security guard imali engaphasi kwemali ekuvunyelene ngayo eparlamenteni, lokho kuyakhombisa ukuthi kunokunyaza. Uhulumende unyaza abantu abafanele ukuthi bahole ngendlela yakhona abaholi ngemali leyo nje. Bazakhumbula ekomitini esihlala kiyo ubaba uChawuke usinikezile ibudget yakhe. Webe watsho nokuthi ama-office abahlala kiwo njenganje abakawalizi abawakoloti. Mara mina ngiyanibawa ukuthi uma kuthi uhulumende wabantu akhe sicabangele abantu. Singabi nenhliziyo ezimbi, singabi nenhliziyo ezinkulu. Ngoba umthetho siyawazi. Amahuluphelo wabantu siyawazi. Asingenzi ngathi namhlanje sesijikile ngoba namhlanje niyazi ukuthi ama-security adlula amapolisa. Ngoba minister uzakhumbula ukuthi sikhulumile ngento le ekuportfolio committee. Sikhulume ngento eziningi khulu mara into ejabhisako la. Sijabhisa ukuthi sikhuluma kuphela unyaka ozako noho siyokuthola ama-department masenza ama-findings angakhona ukubhadela ama-security company azokhona ukubhadela abantu imali afanele ababhadele yona. Ngiyakubawa minister ngqongqoshe ngikubawa kakhulu ukuthi akungafani nalabo abanye abadludlulako. Abadlulako bakhulume baze baphuma. Uzakukhumbula ukuthi ubheka icele singakhuluma njalo bayabuza ukuthi ubani. Ubheka icele ube wakhamba abhalelwe ukwenza into ekuvunyelene ngayo la eparlamenteni. So ngithi ukuthi asingaleya mala ni. Asingathengiselani sibaye isikhathi ukuthi sibe two-faced. Abogadi bayinida ngoba banama families kunabantwana ababafundisako nabo ngiyanibawa ukuthi man uhulumende olidwa nguHelen Zille ngiyanibawa man
Honourable Member, your time
akhe
has
ngichuguluke
expired.
nani nibhadala abantu imali efanele bayibhadale. Ngiyanithokoza.
EFF.
Deputy Speaker, the sooner we realize that private security industry is a growing concern for the country, the better. CIRA is a legislated regulatory body for the private security industry, but under their watch we have seen an unprecedented mushrooming of private security industry players, most of whom pay scant regard to the country's laws and regulations. We know for a fact that protection fee racket was initiated by this industry in Cape Town, and CIRA knew about this but allowed it to get out of hand. Foreign-owned security companies have far more complex weapons than the police itself, and most of these may be used for illegal purposes. One of CIRA's business functions is compliance and enforcement, which aims at ensuring that the industry players operate and comply with regulations and standards and take appropriate action where violation happens. And these standards seems to be a commitment that gets abandoned at times, where we witness private securities shoot at peaceful protesters in the presence of the South African Police Service members or Metro Police. CIRA's inability to revoke operational licenses of 2,224 private security companies that have been deducting pension fund contributions from workers' salaries and not paying them over to the private security sector provident fund is of great concern and does not speak to the professional, accountable, and trustworthiness required of the private security industry. This is a contravention of the law and needs to be addressed. The entity must also look into a regularized, prescribed time for a security company to be active in order to be considered and regarded as still active. We cannot have security businesses that have not been functional for years but are able to resurface without some form of verification, where they are still be able to verify whether they comply to the reviewed standards and mandate of the industry. It is rather disappointing to note that of the 165,836 security officers registered in the 2023-2024 financial year, 70% of them are males and only 22% accounts to be females. This does not speak to the interest of females in the industry, but speaks to the slow pace of transformation within the industry. The private security industry is still a very risky industry and has very limited security by those who are in the industry. The EFF vehemently rejects this report.
The IFP.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The IFP was, as IFP, we support the CIRA as the authority dealing with regulation of private security companies. We have noted that some security companies do not pay a living wage to their security officers or guards, and at times they even don't pay them in time. And the IFP implores CIRA to have a strong hand in the industry and guide against the mushrooming of unregistered security companies. The authority must also ensure that security companies abide by the rules and regulations of the industry. CIRA must be thorough in the screening of security companies, as some officers are found to be furthering their criminal activities in the security companies. Currently, CIRA has a membership of 5,000 registered companies. They employ about 300,000 security officers. Despite progress, challenges persist. Corruption is eroding the trust. We are concerned with foreign security companies employed to guard our national key points. Although we support CIRA, the state must have a strong hand on the security of national key point areas. We do not want to be dependent on foreign security companies for the security of our country. The IFP believes in employing SEPs in the national key points to avoid dependence on these foreign national companies. It's very painful, Deputy Speaker, to see these security companies that have been occupying the space sort of armed more than our SEPs and the SNDF. They parade with these armored vehicles around. They parade with heavy calibers in the public, but our SEPs members still seem to be respecting the communities. They don't walk around with heavy firearms or calibers. We should actually be seeing the very same CIRA as an authority having a stronger hand on trying to regulate on how these companies should behave. I thank you.
The PI.
Our Chairperson, there is no declaration from the PA. Thank you.
Thank you. FF Plus.
Geagte voorsitter, ek praat vanmiddag hier as die leier van die Vryheidsfront Plus. Of course, it is necessary to have a body like CIRA to ensure that the private security industry is regulated. It is disturbing to see in the report, for instance, that there are members from private security industry who are involved in extortion. But having said that, I also want to say I know of many private companies, security companies, that assist in solving this crime of extortion. Die feit van die saak is dat in Suid-Afrika het ons vir elke operasionele polisiebeampte 3 beamptes in die private sekuriteitsbedryf. Ons weet dat Suid-Afrika se misdaad 'n ernstige probleem is. En u kan u self die vraag vra, as die private sekuriteitsindustrie nie daar was nie, wat was die omvang van misdaad dan in Suid-Afrika? Dis verblydend en ek wil die minister van polisie komplimenteer dat hy openlik sê dat daar moet meer samewerking plaasvind tussen die polisie en die private sekuriteitsbedryf. Ek pleit al vir jare wat ek gepleit het in die portefeulje komitee van polisie dat daar moet meer samewerking wees. Die private industrie is meer gesofistikeerd want hulle het geld. Hulle kan meer gesofistikeerde toerusting aanskaf en hulle kan bydra om 'n oplossing te vind vir misdaad. Laastens wil ek sê, en ek wil dit vir die agbare minister van Finansies sê, daar is herhaaldelik 'n versoek en ook van die landbouorganisasie TLI Suid-Afrika dat privaat persone wat gebruik maak van die industrie daardie gelde moet kan gebruik as 'n aftrekking op hulle belasting. Want dit is 'n groter belasting vir hulle. Ek dank u.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Action SA.
Thank you, Chairperson. Many security companies battle to comply with existing regulations, leading to issues such as illegal operations and unregistered security personnel. Instances of corruption and unethical behavior continues to undermine public trust and the effectiveness of services. Also, a lack of proper training and development impacting service quality and effectiveness. The rapid evolution of crime, including organized crime and cybercrime, poses a serious challenge for the private security sector to adapt and respond effectively. In conclusion, effective collaboration between private security companies and police remains a challenge, compromising overall safety and security efforts. Of great concern to Action SA is the exploitation of private security guards. This remains constant and persistent. Action SA supports this report. I thank you.
Thank you. The ICDP.
House Chairperson, South Africa is ranked 7th out of 193 countries on the Global Crime Index according to recent data on organized crime. The Private Security Industry Regulatory Authority, CIRA, is tasked with the regulation of the private security sector. On Wednesday of the 7th of August, the regulator announced it had suspended the registration of Militas Day Security Services, the training company behind the illegal Libyan military camp in Mpumalanga that saw 95 Libyan nationals arrested in July. Then the CEO, Mr. Chauke, has advised that criminal cases were to be opened against the owners of the South African company behind the illegal Libyan military camp. This event must have woken up the authority, which has several key mandates aimed at regulating and controlling the industry to ensure that it operates within the law and maintains high standards of professionalism and accountability. It was not the authority that exposed that military camp that was illegal in the country, but it was the police who were tipped off by members of the public. CIRA is responsible for ensuring that the industry meets the required standards and qualifications, without which there can be no regulation. The ACDP calls on CIRA, particularly the leadership, not to allow any security company to pay security guards below the minimum wage, because they are doing a dangerous job that South Africa really needs. They need protection. They need to have a living wage also. Thank you.
Thank you. The UDM. Rise.
Councillor Mtramashtul. So, Iri Rise Mzansi, I secretary report layer committee. So, there are a number of issues that we want to highlight and emphasize. One of them relates to the inspection of security officers, Honorable Minister. So 5 years ago, the target that CIRA had given themselves was just under 40,000. And in this particular financial year, they've given themselves a target of just over 30,000, whilst the number of security officers has increased to just below 3 million. So the inspections, insofar as the security officers, it seems to be going down, but the number of security officers is going up. The second one, which we must emphasize over and over again, is the hiring and employing of illegal foreign nationals to be security guards. That's something that we highlighted in the committee, and it must be emphasized that any security company that violates the law and employ illegal foreign nationals must have their operating license cancelled. Then the last point that I want to say, we are seeing the guns that some of these security companies and security officers are carrying. They are even bigger than the guns that the police and even the army are carrying. And we must start asking ourselves whether these guns are entering this country legally. And that's something that I want to ask Minister, that please look at it. The guns that these security officers are carrying are just too big. And as you know, they are deadly. Some of them are used to commit crime. You can sustain. Yeah, Secretary report.
Thank you. Bosa. The ATM. Al-Jamar.
Thank you, Speaker. No declaration.
Thank you. The NCC. The PAC. The UAT. Good. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair.
the Deputy President, the Chief Whip of the largest party. We have considered the budget and the annual performance report of SIRA for the financial year 2023-2024, and we stand in support of the report of the Portfolio Committee on Police. The SIRA plays a critical role in regulating the private security industry and to exercise effective control of security service providers in the public and national interest and interest of the security industry itself. The private security industry is a critical player in our fight against crime to create safer communities, working in collaboration with the law enforcement agencies of the state. In the private security industry contributes to the creation of and enabling of economic and business activities and thus contribute to economic growth and job creation. It is a common cause that economic growth requires a safe and secured environment to thrive. SIRA has presented an annual performance report that reflects many positives and some few areas of weaknesses that require to be strengthened going forward. We know that SIRA has received a qualified audit opinion from the Auditor General. This requires that SIRA should strengthen its internal controls on its financial management going forward. In addition, SIRA should ensure that they develop a plan to address the challenges that relates to irregular expenditure. We know that SIRA has been able to improve its performance on the largest it has set to itself for the financial year under consideration as compared to the previous financial year. Overall, SIRA has achieved 92% of its targets on this financial year. Ideally, we wish that SIRA should achieve all the targets it set for itself. We hope this will improve in this financial year. Our concern is that SIRA should ensure that training curricula remain within the required parameters and thus ensure that no unauthorized or sanctioned training curricula are undertaken in the sector. Some of the lessons from the White River saga is that SIRA should strengthen its oversight and enforcement of its regulations. This shameful lesson should never be repeated again. SIRA should also address the challenges of non-compliance and ensure that criminal charges are effected against those who are implicated in the payment of a service provider without any service being rendered. Our fight against corruption is one of our apex priorities as the ANC, and therefore we urge SIRA to act swiftly in this malfeasance. One of our major concerns is that there are security companies that are deregistered with SIRA and yet are not compliant with the Pension Fund Act. This is a serious concern because these companies are stealing the future finances of their employees. As a portfolio committee, we shall pay much attention to this matter and requires update for SIRA on how they are dealing with those companies that are not complying with the Pension Fund Act. The rights and the plight of the workers is our serious concern. We also urge SIRA to address the challenge of vacancy rate and improve its staffing, especially staffing on gender balances. We reiterate the recommendations of the committee that SIRA should enhance its enforcement mechanisms to ensure training providers strictly adhere to the required standards. Routine inspection and audits of training curricula should be carried out, with non-compliance addressed through penalties or revoking of licenses. Also, the SIRA should develop and implement an audit action plan which will assist to improve its audit outcome. That SIRA should avail sufficient resources to ensure that inspection for compliance and enforcement is done effectively. The operations should adequately monitor to ensure service delivery. The ANC supports the report of the Portfolio Committee on Police on budget and the annual performance plan for Private Security Industry Regulation Authority, SIRA. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honourable members, I'll now recognise the Honourable the Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Chair. I move that the report be adopted by the House. Thank you.
Thank you. The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections?
Yes, Chair. Note the objection of the EFF.
Thank you. Honourable Manye.
Indeed, the progressive forces, all of us will object to this report.
Thank you. With the objections of the EFF and MK recorded, the report is accordingly adopted. The Secretary will read the third order.
Consideration of legislative proposal to amend Economic Regulation of Transport Act 2024, Act number 6 of 2024, submitted by Portfolio Committee on Transport.
I now recognize the Honourable the Chief Whip.
Thanks, Chair. I move that the report be referred to the Portfolio Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. The recommendation in the report is in the motion is that the permission be given to the Portfolio Committee on Transport to proceed with the legislative proposal. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. Okay. Honourable Manye, I've been alerted to the fact that if we go back to the second order, you didn't mention your party by name in recording your objection. Will you please just do so?
Thank you, Chairperson. The party is the incoming government, MK Party.
Thank you. Thank you. We now come, honourable members, to motions without notice. Does any member of the ANC wish to give a motion without notice?
Honourable House Chair, the African National Congress moved without notice that the House notes with sadness the passing on of former governor of the South African Reserve Bank and Labour and Finance Minister of Dr. Tito Mboweni on Saturday, 12 October 2024, at the age of 65, following a brief illness. Remembers that Dr. Mboweni was the Democratic South Africa's first Minister of Labour from 1994 to 1999 in the cabinet of founding President Nelson Mandela. Further remembers that he served as a governor of the South African Reserve Bank for the decade from 1999. Recalls that from 2018 to 2021, Dr. Mboweni served as Minister of Finance in the administration led by President Ramaphosa. Acknowledged that he was outstanding in the different strategic roles in the private sector and was a flag bearer in global forums for our economy and developing economies more broadly. Believes that as a country, we have lost a leader and a patriot who has served our nation as an activist, economic policy innovator, and champion of labor rights. Last, that the House conveys its deepest condolences to the family and friends of Dr. Mboweni. I thank you.
Thank you. If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. The DA?
The Democratic Alliance moves without notice that the House condemns the ongoing, unlawful imprisonment of two South African citizens, Mr. Frick Potgieter and Mr. Peter Huxham, in Equatorial Guinea since the 9th of February last year. Notes the formal opinion of the UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detentions issued on the 1st of July this year, which concluded that Mr. Potgieter and Mr. Huxham's arrest and ongoing detention in Equatorial Guinea is indeed arbitrary, illegal, and a gross violation of human rights, and that they should be released immediately. Reaffirms South Africa's commitment to international law and human rights, and supports efforts to ensure accountability for actions that violate these principles. Stands in support of the families of Mr. Potgieter and Mr. Huxham, who are suffering because of their loved ones' illegal detention, and calls on the South African authorities to facilitate the immediate release of Mr. Potgieter and Mr. Huxham.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections. Agreed to. MK.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I greet you in the universal greeting of peace. Honorable Speaker, I rise on behalf of Mkhonto Isizwe Party to move the following motion without notice, that this House notes with concern the recent surge in violent protests across South Africa, where essential services and public infrastructure have been severely disrupted, recognizes that these protests stem from community frustrations over service delivery failures, unemployment, and inequality, highlighting the urgent need for effective governance and public service improvement. Further, notes that while efforts have been made to bring stability through cooperative governance, there remain significant challenges in addressing the core demands of the people, particularly in underserved and marginalized communities. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections. Agreed to. The EFF.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I rise on behalf of the Economic Freedom Fighters for the House to note that the newly elected mayor of the city of Tshwane, Dr. Nasipa Moya, on Sunday, 13th of October 2024, appointed members of the mayoral committee. Notes that the newly appointed committee includes the EFF Tshwane regional chairperson and Councillor Fighter Obakeng Ramabudu, and regional secretary and the Councillor Tseko Fatso Blessing Mashabela as MMCs responsible for agriculture and environment and health respectively. Calls on MMCs to restore service delivery to all people of Capital City without discrimination, exercise maximum discipline and accountability to all the people of Tshwane, and stabilize service delivery and the finances of the city. Calls on the mayor and the mayoral committee to give special attention to townships to have been deliberately neglected, ensure the eradication of illegal dumping sites, deploy additional metropolitan police, and ensure constant reporting on service delivery. Wishes the newly appointed MMCs well in their new responsibilities to serve the people of Tshwane. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
House Chair, the DA objects.
Thank you. There are objections. Honourable members, this motion will be converted to a notice of motion. The ANC.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. The African National Congress moves without notice that their House commends the South African women's cricket team Proteas for reaching the final of the International Cricket Council Women's T20 World Cup 2024 in Dubai. Although they lost to New Zealand by 32 runs on Sunday, 20 October 2024. Recalls that on the way to the final, the Proteas thumped the defending champions Australia by 8 wickets in the first semi-final. Understand that it was a double disappointment to the Proteas having lost last year's final to Australia in Cape Town. Acknowledges that it was not South Africa's day, but the passion and heart shown by the Proteas women team on the world stage with always them winners. And thank everyone and every supporter around the globe who rallied behind the Proteas women team. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections. Agreed to. The IFP.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The IFP move without notice that this House condemns the mass killings in Lusikisiki and Nijana village located near Mthatha. That this House notes that a total of 25 people lost their lives in the recent mass shootings. That this House welcomes the arrest of 6 individuals in connection with the Lusikisiki incident. That this House acknowledges that residents in the area are living in fear. Lastly, that this House calls on the SAPS and other law enforcement agencies to act swiftly in the sentencing of those involved and restoring the rule of law in the area. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. The PA?
Honorable House Chair, the Patriotic Alliance move without notice that the House commemorates the 7th birthday of Jocelyn Smith on the 23rd of October. Further note that the case into a disappearance convened in the Vrydenburg Magistrate Court on the 21st of October. Notes that the Magistrate Court has transferred the matter of the 3 accused, Kelly Smith, Jaquin Apollos, and Stefano Ryan, to the Western Cape High Court for pre-trial conference on the 31st of January. Further notes that the state withdrew all charges against the 4th accused, Laurentia Lombard, who became state witness against the 3 other accused. Acknowledge that according to the interdict, Kelly Smith communicated plans to sell her children as far as back in August 2023. The indictment further states that on the day of the disappearance, Jocelyn got into a white vehicle with her mother and drove away, and hasn't been seen since. Expressed that South Africa, we seek closure on whether Jocelyn is alive or not, and we hope that the ongoing judicial processes will provide us with closure sooner than later. I thank you.
If there are no objections, I put this motion. No objections, agreed to. The FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of a Freedom Front Plus that the House notes that publisher Lux Verby released a book written by the actor, entrepreneur and writer Heike Berg titled Groep vir meer om succesvol te lewe. Further notes that this book is currently a huge success in South Africa. Understand that he has also written previous books that includes titles like My Story van Hoop, Ultimate Survivor and My Stryd met HDHD, Die Onsigbare Oorlog. Further understands that this newest book, within 2 weeks after the launch, has reached the #1 position of a top seller in South Africa. Realizes that he wrote this book to help South Africans to have a dream and vision for their lives. Acknowledges that this book was launched at a glamorous function held on Friday, the 11th of October 2024 at the Klein Theater in Pretoria. And further acknowledges that according to Mr. Berg, he was overwhelmed by the public response to his book and that he thanked his wife, friends, family and his publicity team for the support and vision for the book. We resolve that this House congratulates him for his achievement. I so move. Thank you, House Chair.
If there are no objections, I put this motion. No objections, agreed to. Action essay.
Thank you, Chair. I, Lerato Mikate Kongobeni, on behalf of Action SA, move without notice that the House notes that South Africa faces a severe crisis of illegal immigration driven by a lack of sufficient resources, weak border controls and enforcement, exacerbated by rampant corruption and mismanagement within the Department of Home Affairs, and the widespread abuse of our immigration laws. Acknowledges that this crisis demands urgent and decisive action to overhaul our immigration system and restore the integrity of our borders. Notes that tomorrow, the 23rd of September 2024, concerned and patriotic South Africans will gather in Pretoria from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. to petition the government to take immediate action against the failures of our current immigration regime. Recognizes that every effort must be made to protect our country from the clutches of criminal syndicates involved in human trafficking, drug smuggling, and illicit trading, which exploit the weaknesses in our immigration system. We so move. I thank you.
If there are no objections, I put this motion. No objections, agreed to. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The ANC moves without notice
that the House notes with sadness the passing on of former Labour Minister and the African National Congress veteran, Member TC Mdladlana, on Friday, the 18th of October 2024, at the age of 72, acknowledges that he served as a Labour Minister from 1998 until 2009. Further acknowledges that he also served as an ambassador of South Africa in Burundi and High Commissioner of South Africa in Canada. Recalls that he was the founding president of the South African Democratic Teachers Union, SADTU, a position he held between 1990 and 1994. Further recalls that he was elected as a member of parliament in 1994 and has contributed to the drafting of the Bill of Rights. Remembers him as a disciplined politician and an educationist of note, and conveys its deepest condolences to the family and friends of Mr. Membatisi Mdladlana. I so move.
Thank you. If there are no objections, I put this motion. No objections, agreed to. The ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. On behalf of the ACDP, I move without notice that the House 1 congratulates Glenrose Kaba, the South African 10-kilometer national champion who made history by winning the Sanlam Cape Town Marathon this past weekend in a record time of 2 hours, 22 minutes and 22 seconds. Notes that what makes this achievement even more remarkable is that Ms. Kaba was participating in her very first marathon. Notes further that she became only the second South African to ever win this marathon, and in so doing broke both the South African national marathon record as well as the course record, cementing her place as South Africa's new long-distance star. Also congratulates world-class runners Ethiopian Mara Dibaba Hursa and Kenyan Paskela Chepkogi, who came second and third respectively. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put this motion. No objections, agreed to. The DA.
I, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, move without notice that this House notes with grave concern the critical state of the South African infrastructure, particularly the severe backlogs in transport, energy, water, and telecommunications that are actively hampering economic growth in the job creation. Acknowledges that the current infrastructure crisis threatens national economic security. It has resulted in loss of potential investment opportunities and has directly impacted the daily lives of millions of South Africans. Recognizes the urgent need for immediate intervention given that the infrastructure spend remains far below the NDP's targeted 30% of the GDP. The critical projects remain stalled due to funding constraints, and the private sector stands ready to participate in infrastructure development. Calls for the fast-tracking of the critical infrastructure projects and further calls on emergency measures to facilitate private sector participation and solving solutions to address the project stoppages. I so move.
We reject, as EFF, what you were doing during your time when you were a national party.
Thank you. With that objection noted, the motion will be converted to a notice of motion. The MK.
Thank you, House Chair. I rise on behalf of Mkhonto the party to move the following motion without notice. That this House considers the integration of the National Prosecuting Authority into the Chapter 9 institutions to enhance its independence and accountability. That this House considers the removal of the magistrates and district courts from the Department of Justice and places them under the office of the Chief Justice to improve judicial oversight and operational efficiency. These steps are critical for reinforcing judicial independence and ensuring that South Africa's legal institutions serve the public interest without fear, favor, or prejudice. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put this motion. Honourable Dugmore, the ANC objects. Will you just read it into the record, please?
Objection, Chair.
Thank you. With that objection, honourable members, this motion is to be converted to a notice of motion. The EFF.
Thank you, Chairperson. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters to move without notice for the House to note that the genocidal and racist apartheid state of Israel, in its war crimes, more than 70 years of illegal occupation and over a year of genocide in Gaza, has killed Hamas leader Yahya al-Sinwar, a revolutionary, fearless, and defiant figure. Condemn the killing of leader Sinwar, chairman of the Hamas Political Bureau, who died fighting a just and necessary war. Acknowledge that the killing of Palestinians who are fighting for their self-determination, their right to exist as human beings with dignity, is a cause worthy to die for, than to live under dehumanizing conditions. For this, Hamas leader Sinwar died for a worthy cause. Recognize that until the very end, there was no fear in Sinwar's eyes as he faced death. Send revolutionary condolences to the people of Palestine, the leadership of Hamas, including the highest decision-making body, the Shura Council, and reaffirm our unwavering solidarity. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
The ACDP objects.
The DA objects.
Thank you. With those objections noted, this motion is to be converted as a notice to a notice of motion. The UDM.
The United Democratic Movement moves without notice that the House notes that on 19 October 2024, 5 family members were gunned down in their home in Pichi village outside Mthatha. 2 weeks before this incident, 6 community patrollers were shot dead and 4 others were injured in Kodini, Qumbu. Further notes, these 2 horrific incidents follow after a mass killing where 18 family members were shot dead in Gobozana village in Lusikisik on 27 September 2024. One of the alleged murderers of the 18 victims, Siposo Xolo Miyegeto, spent 21 years in jail for murder before being released on parole in July last year. The UDM urges the Department of Correctional Services to rethink the release of prisoners of Schedule 6 offenses such as murder and rape to avoid more crime, as the stats shows that between 86% and 94% of convicted criminals reoffend after leaving prison, meaning that the prevalent pattern of criminal behavior persists. Condemns the use of illegal firearms, which perpetuates the ongoing violence and mass killings taking place in the Eastern Cape and across the country. Calls on the relevant authorities, including the South African Police Services, to urgently step up its efforts to investigate and bring the perpetrators who are still at large to justice and ensure that those who have been arrested face harsh prison sentences. Further calls for collective efforts from community members and traditional leaders to work with authorities towards creating safer communities, and for the government to provide psychosocial support services to all the affected families. I so move.
Thank you. If there are no objections, I put this motion. No objections, agreed to. The ANC?
Thank you very much, House Chair. I, Khaolatle Khabo, on behalf of the African National Congress, move without notice that the House note the Proteas legend A.B. de Villiers has been inducted into the International Cricket Council Hall of Fame on Wednesday, 16 October 2024. The House must remember that de Villiers enjoyed distinguished international career as he hit 47 international centuries across 144 tests, including 228 one-day internationals, including 78 T20s. The House must further note that, in fact, the House must further remember that he topped the International Cricket Council player rating test, where he blended extinguishedly a stroke player with resolute defense at times. The House must further note that and recall that he also went onto the top rankings into the one-day international format, where his athleticism, explosiveness, including ingenuity, earned him an affectionate name of Mr. 360 amongst the global fans. The House must further note that and acknowledge that the ICC statement about de Villiers that said he was an innovative stroke maker with an eye for the spectacular, as well as the excelling in the testy T20s cricket, and records the fastest 50 century, including 150 in the one-day cricket, to earn a reputation of being one of the most feared destructive batters in the history of the game. And the House must further congratulate A.B. de Villiers on his recognition by the ICC. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. Rise Mzansi.
Mtramashtul Nakens. Mtramashtul, I rise this afternoon for this House to recognize the excellent work done by 29-year-old South African cricketer and fast bowler, Mr. Kagiso Rabada. In that one, he has achieved this 300th test wicket in a test match that's currently underway against Bangladesh. 2, he is the 39th bowler in the world to reach 300 test wickets. 3, Mr. Rabada is considered the most lethal test cricketer of our time. He has achieved this feat of 300 test wickets from 11,817 balls bowled with a strike rate of 39.2. He is the only bowler in the entire world. He is the only bowler to have reached this milestone of 300 wickets in under 12,000 balls bowled. Therefore, resolves that as Parliament, we send a formal message of congratulations to Mr. Kagiso Rabada for reaching 300 test wickets in under 12,000 balls bowled. I so move on behalf of Rise Mzansi. Nakens Mtramashtul.
Thank you, Honourable Garner. As someone, and I know you believe only test cricket is real cricket, so I was waiting for you to object to the A.B. de Villiers one. But nonetheless, I put this motion. Are there any objections? No objections. This motion is then agreed to. Bosa?
Build One South Africa moves without notice that the House notes with profound sadness the passing of Pastor Ray McCauley, a renowned evangelical leader and founder of Rhema Bible Church, a giant in faith and beloved figure in the South African Christian community. That the House recognizes his immense contribution in reconciling South Africans of diverse backgrounds and his influence on countless presidents, spiritual leaders, and communities through his humble, powerful, stimulating, and spiritually uplifting sermons. That the House acknowledges the profound impact and contribution he had on the hearts and lives of many as his sermons carried messages of hope, faith, and resilience. that the House expresses its gratitude for his legacy, which will continue to inspire generations to come, and sends its deepest condolences to his family, friends, and all those whose lives he touched. I so move. Kobongwa Namaqhawe.
If there are no objections, I put this motion. No objections, agreed to. The ATM. Not present. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. The African National Congress moves without notice that the House notes with sadness the passing on the veteran South African gospel artist Solomon Molokwani, popularly known as Soli Moholo, on Wednesday, 2nd October 2024 at the age of 65. Understands that the award-winning music icon has been in hospital for several weeks after falling ill while on a music tour in Botswana last month. Recalls that Soli Moholo rose to fame in the early 2000s and became a household name in South African traditional gospel music. Further recalls that he was known for his hits such as Dipopesal Dance, Ke Letsatsi la Bofelo, Tsoha Jonasi, and many others. Believes Soli Moholo has left an indelible mark in the industry with his soulful gospel music and energetic live performances, and extends his condolences to the family and friends of Soli Moholo as well as the music fraternity. I so move.
Thank you. If there are no objections, I put this motion. No objections, agreed to. Al-Jamaa.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Al-Jamaa moves without notice that the House notes the 39th commemoration of the Trojan horse killings of 3 youths and injuring of several others on the 15th of October 1985 by members of the Apartheid Security Police. Recalls that in 1985, the infamous orange railway truck drove down Thornton Road in Belgravia Estate in Athlone, Cape Town, during the heightened unrest against the oppressive regime. Further recalls that hidden in crates at the back of this railway truck were members of the Apartheid Security, South African National Defence Force, and railway police armed with lethal ammunition. Further notes that the decoy truck at the time symbolized the oppressive regime and was therefore stoned by angry youth. Realizes that police opened fire without warning and did not make use of tear gas. Further realizes that 3 young people were killed on that day, namely Jonathan Klassen, 21, Sean Mahmoud, 15, and Michael Miranda, 11. Believes that to this day no one has been found guilty of this cold-blooded murder, and that the families of the victims of the Trojan horse deserve justice, and it acknowledges this as a deliberate attack approved by the highest levels of the apartheid regime. I so move.
Thank you. If there are no objections, I put this motion. No objections, accordingly agreed to. The DA.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. C.J. Poole moved without notice that this House knows that with great excitement that the DA-led Western Cape continues to receive great audit outcomes by the Auditor General. Further notes that DA-led governments are able to produce excellent quality financial statements free of material misstatements. Acknowledges that the 20 of the 34 municipalities in the Western Cape received clean audits for the 2022-2023 financial year. Congratulates the City of Cape Town on being the only metropolitan municipality in South Africa to receive a clean audit. Recognizes and congratulates the Beto and Oudtshoorn local municipalities for achieving clean audits, and further acknowledge that the DA is indeed a party of good governance. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put this motion.
Aye, we object to this thing.
Thank you.
Al-Jamaa objecting.
Thank you. With those objections,
Your
from
expensive
the
tie is misleading you.
EFF objects, Chair. This motion is to be converted to a notice of motion.
There are multiple objections, not just one. There are multiple objections.
Thank you. The ANC's objection is also noted.
Al-Jamaa as well, please note, Chair.
Al-Jamaa's noted. The NCC. not present, then we move on. The ANC.
House Chair, the African National Congress moves without notice that the House notes that the University of Forte in the Eastern Cape has become the first higher education institution on the African continent to be added to the prestigious list of UNESCO World Heritage Sites. It further notes that this honor follows the 46th session of the UNESCO World Heritage Committee held in New Delhi, India this month. It remembers that UFH, which is University of Forte, is one of the 14 interconnected locations spread across 4 South Africa provinces that have been inscribed as the Human Rights, Liberation and Reconciliation Nelson Mandela Legacy Sites. It acknowledges that according to UNESCO, these legacy sites reflect events linked to the long struggle against the apartheid state. It believes that the UNESCO recognition brings to light the crucial role Forte played in shaping the trajectory of South Africa and contributing to the broader struggle for justice and equality. And it congratulates the University of Forte on being added to the prestigious list of UNESCO World Heritage Sites. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no objections, I put this motion. No objections, agreed to. The PAC, not present. The UAT, not present. Good, not present. The MK.
Thank you, Chairperson. I rise on behalf of Umkhonto weSizwe Party and the people of South Africa to move without notice that this House urgently address the ongoing water crisis affecting communities in the Northwest, Eastern Cape, and KwaZulu-Natal provinces. We express deep concern regarding the situation in Kgabalatsane Northwest, where despite the development of infrastructure over 4 years ago, residents have yet to receive clean and reliable water. Instead, the community relies on costly water tankers, often delivering unsafe water sourced from local rivers, compromising public health. This lack of service delivery has sparked violent protest, but the municipality has failed to provide sustainable solutions. We therefore call on the relevant authorities to urgently intervene, ensuring the provision of clean and safe water to Kgabalatsane and other affected communities, upholding their constitutional rights. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, accordingly agreed to. The DA. Is there a motion from the DA?
House Chair, we're just waiting for the mic.
Try again, this works. Yeah. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House, 1, notes that the President has called for deregulation in the labour market in order to enhance job creation. Further notes that the President has also requested each ministry to investigate legislation within their jurisdiction with regard to removing any hindrance to job creation. Notes further that the employment situation on expanded definition is at 41% unemployment in South Africa. Notes further that the Department of Employment and Labour ought to urge each ministry to expedite such an exercise and to collate the offending legislation and regulations as soon as possible. Also notes that once this is done, that these offending regulations and legislation be brought to the attention of the public. So move.
There are no objections. I put this motion. Thank you. With that objection noted, this motion will be converted to a notice of motion. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. The African National Congress moves without notice that the House notes that on the 31st of October, the Hindu community celebrates one of the biggest and most important festivals for Hindus, the festival of Diwali, which holds a deep cultural and religious significance as it celebrates new beginnings in the Indian culture. We further note that the Diwali is popularly known as the Festival of Light. The most significant spiritual meaning is the awareness of the inner light and symbolizes the victory of good over evil and knowledge over ignorance, and extends its well wishes to the Hindu community during their celebrations. I so move.
Thank you. If there are no objections, I put this motion. No objections, accordingly agreed to. Honourable members, that concludes motions without notice. The last item on the order paper is notices of motion. Does any member of the ANC wish to give a notice of motion?
Thank you, House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House at its next sitting must debate the urgent need for a response to the escalation increase in drug trafficking into South Africa. I thank you.
The DA.
Thank you, House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the role sustainable tourism plays as a driving force of job creation, economic growth, and development. I so move.
MK.
House Chair, on behalf of the MK Party, I shall move at the next sitting of this House that the House notes the financial decline of Transnet and that the last audit outcomes for Transnet shows an organization that is on a free fall, and that the turnaround strategy for Transnet should not only address operational challenges and capital structure, but will require government to review its overall strategy on Transnet and other SOEs.
The EFF.
House Chair, I rise on behalf of the EFF that the House in its next sitting consider and discusses the scourge of corruption with impunity within the Free State provincial government, with accusation flying left, right, and center, with counter-accusations of factions of ANC leaders. Ha eni pula ya manyala, hoa pula ya matlopo province ya Free State. I so move.
The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House at its next sitting must debate the deployment of capable and well-trained technical response team at station and district identified as high crime areas to improve police visibility and crime fighting efforts. I thank you.
The IFP.
Thank you, House Chair. On behalf of Inkatha Freedom Party, I hereby give notice that I shall move at the next sitting of this House, that this House debates the pressing concern over the water crisis in South Africa. I thank you.
The PI.
House Chair, I hereby give notice that on the next sitting day of the House, I shall move on behalf of the PA that the House debates unfair labor practices, including exploitative hiring practices by employers, conditions of workplaces in dilapidated buildings, non-compliance of employers with the provision of the National Minimum Wage Act, non-compliance of employers with the Basic Condition of Employment Act, non-compliance of employers with Section 56 of the Unemployment Insurance Act, non-registry of employers with the Unemployment Insurance Fund, the Compensation Fund, and hiring undocumented illegal foreign nationals. I so move.
The FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I hereby give notice that at the next sitting of the House, I will move on behalf of the FF Plus that the House debates the crisis created by sewage flowing freely into our drinking water sources due to poor service delivery and poor maintenance of infrastructure on local government level. I so move.
Action SA.
Nothing on our side. Thank you, Chair.
The ANC.
Thanks, Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House at its next sitting must debate the intensification of the fight against cyberbullying and fake news, promoting mindful use of social media.
The ACDP.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. I move on behalf of the African Christian Democratic Party that this House debates at its next sitting the important role of concessional financing as an effective tool in supporting industrialization within South Africa and the continent. I so move.
The DA.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the role of education funding and curriculum reform in job creation and economic development, making higher education as a stronger enabler to reduce unemployment in South Africa. I so move.
The MK.
On behalf of MK Party, I rise to highlight the distressing reality that 41 of South Africa's 257 municipalities are currently under administration, with the majority of these failures affecting blacks and marginalized communities. These citizens face severe challenges due to poor service delivery, lack of access to essential services like water and electricity, and deteriorating infrastructure. I therefore move that this House condemns the decline in municipal performance that continues to harm vulnerable communities, urges immediate intervention to restore essential services in these areas, call for a comprehensive review to municipal leadership, financial management, and strategies to improve governance, with a specific focus on addressing the needs of historical disadvantaged communities. I so move.
The EFF.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I move on behalf of the EFF that in its next sitting, the House should discuss the unbearable conditions that employees posted to South African missions abroad are subjected to in relation to the inability to use the GEMS medical aid, where they are expected to pay for medical care and claim later from the medical aid or fly to South Africa in order for them to access medical care. Thank you.
The UDM.
Mhlali ngaphambili kaniqale nilungisele imibhobho yothetha man kuba lento ngosingofumbatha ngenxa yeziqanaqwana zezinto iyasisokolisa. The United Democratic Movement moves that at its next sitting, the House discusses the need to develop robust monitoring and evaluation mechanisms at local government level in order to ensure effective service delivery, improve transparency and accountability. As so moved.
The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House at its next sitting must debate enhancing e-government and digital services to make government services accessible, interoperable, and efficient. Thank you.
Rise Mzansi.
I rise, Chairperson Akens, I rise that at this next sitting, the House debate the proliferation of illegal guns, and these guns that are either lost or stolen from the state that are used to terrorize communities and commit other acts of crime, and for this House to advance measures to remove these illegal guns from the hands of criminals. I so move. Thank you very much.
Bosa. No motion from Bosa. ITM. The ANC.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A motion from ANC Social Development. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that the House at the next sitting must debate the need to understand and to increase the public campaigns against toxic municipalities, sexist, and also the homophobia. I so move.
Al-Jamaa.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I hereby move on behalf of Al-Jamaa that the House at the next sitting debate is held surrounding Israel's genocide of Palestinians. Its attack on Lebanon, Syria, and Iran are a threat to world peace and humanity. Its impact is reverberating in South Africa on several fronts. South Africa needs to fulfill its international obligations and implement its constitutional obligations to stop the apartheid, genocide, and Holocaust of Palestinians.
The DA.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that in its next sitting, this House debates how South Africa can leverage on scientific research and technological innovation to improve the economy and create jobs. I so move.
The NCC. Not present. The ANC.
Thank you, Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC.
Honourable Member, will you maybe just, just come closer to the mic, please.
Thank you, Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House in its next sitting must debate the reconstruction and strengthening of the family structure to end gender-based violence and femicide. I so move, House Chair.
Thank you. PAC. I move on to the UAT. Good. The MK.
Chair, I rise on behalf of Umkhonto weSizwe and the people of South Africa. I shall move that at the next sitting of this House, that this House debates the concerns regarding the NPA's decision on Phala case, whereas the NPA has chosen not to prosecute anyone in the Phala case, despite serious allegations of undeclared foreign currency, abduction, torture of workers, and the use of state resources to track suspects. And whereas the decision by Advocate Mukali Ivitenga has raised concerns about transparency and the integrity of the justice system. Therefore, this House expresses deep concern over the NPA's lack of transparency and in the Phala decision and demands full explanation. 2, calls on the NPA to reconsider its decision and uphold the justice and restore public trust. 3, urges an independent review to address the concerns of selective justice and maintain confidence in the legal institution. I so move.
The DA.
I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at the next sitting this House debates how state-owned enterprises, particularly Eskom, continue to pose a significant financial risk to South Africa's economy, noting that Eskom's debt burden has exceeded 400 billion, placing unprecedented strain on the national fiscus, and further notes that a critical issue of escalating municipal debt to Eskom, which has surpassed 63 billion, compounding the utility's financial distress and threatening the sustainability of the power utility. I so move.
The ANC.
Chairperson, what must we debate on the next sitting? We didn't hear what she was saying. Want to object properly?
You can object during the debate. Thank you, Honourable Member. The ANC.
No, thank you, Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that the House
in its next sitting must debate fostering development of new and existing industry, increase patent development, and strengthen local innovation system, including green energy technologies. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable members, the request is that members stand and wait for the chair and the mace to leave the chamber. That concludes the business of the day, and the House is adjourned.